Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I hope you're all having a good start to your week so far. I've had an interesting start to my week so far. I'll say that. Moth, congratulations on being first. Here is your gluten-free cookie, and thank you so much for paying your daily loan. You are at 17,700 bells on your loan. Thank you for the fart. Um, Sorry, I'm a teensy bit late. I honestly, I probably should have put 8 o'clock on the schedule, but I put 7 o'clock onto the schedule and I'm committing to it. So here we are. But I had work this afternoon and like didn't get back until like a couple hours ago. And then I did some work at my computer after we got home, which took longer than I thought it was going to. And then I ended up FaceTiming my friend B, who some of you may know, because something really funny happened that like only she would get, so I had to show it to her. Um, and we talked for like probably 30 minutes. It was a good conversation. I miss them. I never see them because we kind of moved opposite directions for college, but uh, they are they are a homie. Um, but yeah, as for my week, let's see. Sunday night we streamed. No, Saturday night we streamed. Sunday, what did we do Sunday? Because we went over to Charlie's parents' place on Saturday. Sunday, I probably had work. I usually, because I streamed Saturday, so I worked Sunday night, I think. And then, yes, I did because Charlie and I went out for dinner on Sunday night. We went to Red Robin and got burgers and salads and cheesecake. And then yesterday was kind of the weird day. So if you guys remember, I want to say it was Thursday night. So it's been a hot minute now. Mandy threw up and we were concerned that she really hadn't been pooping and we were worried that she was getting constipated and that she was going to need some kind of medical intervention because in September she ended up having a surgery. It was so bad they had to like physically get that out of her, which is maybe a little TMI, but it's important to know that it happened because a couple of years ago when we first got her, she had a bout like this, and that was when we found out that she was having medical issues in the first place because we were told she was a relatively healthy cat besides some dental work that she needed. Wrong. Um, and so we took her to the vet when we first got her, and they were like, "Ooh, yeah, we're gonna have to do, a procedure because she's really constipated, and you're gonna have to give her all these meds and blah blah blah." Now we found out after the fact that our first vet was kind of sketchy, and they were sort of overcharging us and kind of underperforming their uh, medical duties. So we ended up switching vets, and the vet we switched to provided us with a better medication for her to go on. That we used on her for like over a year, and she was perfectly healthy. Not perfectly healthy, but reasonably healthy. Um, she was using the litter box more frequently than not. And, we were happy with that progress. And then obviously when we moved, we had to switch vets just because our old vet was too far away to go back to. And we like our new vet a lot. They've been good with Leo and they've been good with Mandy. They recommended we put her on a different food than the one that she had been on because cats with her medical condition usually do better with like high fiber diets or like low residue diets. So we had her on a new food, and then the food is prescription and it's kind of expensive, and then we ran out of it, and then we tried to get more, but the shipment got delayed, so it didn't come in fast enough. So we went back to feeding her regular food, and the rest is history. But anyway, I kind of skipped a few steps. But back in September, we got COVID, and Charlie went to the ER and got admitted to the hospital for like 3 days with COVID, which was really not ideal. And during that time, Mandy also started to have medical problems, but like we could not handle both things at once. And obviously, I regret this decision, but we basically put off taking Mandy to the vet because we had COVID and we were like, we don't want to go in with COVID. Like, we were not feeling well. Charlie was in the hospital. It just didn't feel feasible to take her to the vet in all of those conditions. And like, maybe it would have been better if we had, but we just really didn't have a choice. So we ended up waiting to take her. And then that's when she had to get that surgery done, which cost us like thousands of dollars to get that done. Um, and it was really not an ideal situation. So we didn't want to get to that point again. So we tried to schedule a vet appointment for her on Friday, but they were completely booked, and they were completely booked on Monday too, but they were less booked in a way that they could squeeze us in for like an unofficial appointment. And thank God they did, because we took her in and they agreed that she was backed up, but not so backed up that she would need surgery. So they were able to get us a shipment for the new food that we're going to put her on. Um, I got an email estimate for the invasive procedure. Okay. Yeah, they told us that if what they did on Monday, yesterday, works well enough, they won't need the invasive procedure. But we told them ahead of time, we were like, dude, we cannot afford how much it cost to do that procedure last time. So, like, we need to do everything we can to not have to do that procedure because we can't afford it. And obviously, we don't want to have to not do something she needs medically, but also, like, we cannot shell out money on a cat that we thought was going to be easy when we got her, you know? It's a lot less than the ER vet. That's good. I assumed it would be because we had to take her to an emergency room vet last time, and that's why it cost us an arm and a leg. So at least it hopefully wouldn't cost us that much. I mean, Charlie, can you text me the number? Um, so I'm glad it won't cost that much if they do have to do it. But what they did yesterday has seemed to be working. We're going to keep an eye on her, but she pooped in the litter box, and it seemed like a good amount. All right, let me see this number. Okay, so less than half what it cost us at the ER. It's mostly, again, like sedating her and then imaging. That's the thing. The thing that was the most expensive was just getting the x-ray to tell us what was in there. The x-ray itself was pretty expensive. Yeah, significantly better. Yeah. Worst case scenario, we could have afforded that, but we think we're more or less out of the woods. Not literally out of the woods, but we're getting there, I think. And we're going to keep a close eye on her. We're going to feed her the new food, give her her meds until we think she's back at like a regular bowel movement. Whatever. So anyway, that's what happened on Monday. Oh, but that's not even all of what happened on Monday. That's a thing that happened on Monday. Let me tell you what happened on Monday. So as you guys know, I'm doing my first ever 8192 hunt using a DS emulator. And I told Charlie, do you want me to download the same DS emulator onto your computer so that you can do DS emulations on your streams if you want to? And they were like, yes, of course. And I said, okay, I can do that. It was very easy. I had no problems doing it on my computer. Surely nothing will go wrong if I try to do it on yours. So I download the DS emulator onto Charlie's computer. There's two, one for regular DSs and one for 3DSs. So I downloaded the one for the DS, and that one worked same as it does for me. Then I downloaded the 3DS emulator, and I tried to dump their copy of Soul Silver and their copy of X onto their computer because I have my copy of Heart Gold and my copy of Y. So I tried to put that onto their computer, and when I was doing that, I accidentally deleted a file on the SD card that I did not mean to, and I could not get it back. And we have modded DSs, so everything on the SD card is like part of the build. And I was like, uh-oh. And so when I went to put my SD card back into my DS, it was like, this SD card is broken. You don't have a mod on here. Your DS isn't working. And I was like, cool. Let me see if I can get that file back. So I went onto Charlie's DS's SD card and tried to see if I could find the missing file and drag it over. Tried that. Still didn't work. Tried repairing the SD card that said it was corrupted. That didn't work. And I was like, fuck, I corrupted it. So I was like, you know what? I didn't do a lot after I modded my DS. It's probably not that big of a deal. I might lose some data, but I kept backups of most of my stuff. So I was hoping it wouldn't be that big of a deal. So I formatted the SD card and re-downloaded the mod onto my SD card, and I thought that all would be well. And I tried a second time to dump Pokemon X onto the computer, and this time not accidentally delete any files, right? And then it was like, failed, can't extract. And I was like, what do you fucking mean can't extract? And then we had to leave to go to the vet, so I wasn't able to finish that. So then I came back after I tried extracting it a second time, and it still was like, failed to extract, you suck, boo. So I put the SD card back onto my computer to see what might have been causing that problem. If it didn't have enough space, I could maybe get rid of one of my old dumps and put on a new one. And then it was like, your SD card is actually still corrupted, even though you formatted it and then re-downloaded the mod. You're gonna have to do that a second time. So I formatted the SD card again, and then I downloaded the mod a third time, put that back on, and then finally today, well, then I was able to dump X onto, I tried dumping it onto my computer instead of Charlie's, because sometimes Charlie's computer gives me random trouble, and I don't for the life of me know why. Sometimes my computer gives me random trouble. I don't, it's just a PC thing, I think. So I dumped X onto my computer to see if it would work with my emulator, which it does. But then I had to figure out how to get it from my computer to Charlie's computer. So I was trying to put it onto a flash drive and then take the flash drive over to Charlie's computer. But the flash drive I was trying to use, I just have a bucket of old flash drives. Like, I have no idea what's on half of them. So I just reached in, grabbed a flash drive, plugged it into my computer. It was from middle school. It was titled with my dead name, and it had old school projects on it. Which is why I ended up FaceTiming my friend B, because of one of the projects, including her being really funny. So I was like, that's hilarious. Anyway, so I tried to move it onto that SD or that flash drive, but it told me the flash drive was too full. So I took off some of my old school projects I didn't need anymore, except for the one that was funny, and sent it to my friend B. And then so I tried to put X onto that flash drive, but I think that flash drive was so old, my computer didn't know how to read it. So it crashed my whole PC, and I had to restart it. So I decided to use a different flash drive that was newer. That worked. I dumped X onto Charlie's computer, and it worked successfully. And hopefully my SD card, the ancient texts. Yeah, I kept saying to Charlie, I was like, I just found the ancient texts when I was going through my middle school homework, because I was like, oh my god, this is like a time capsule. This is awful. I do not want to be reminded of the person I was in middle school. Like, this is not good. So anyway, I get really anxious about data loss when I'm handling SD cards, flash drives, external drives, anything like that. I have had issues with data loss in the past. I have lost things that were really important to me. Keeping stuff on hard drives, because I don't have a cloud plan, so I can't save everything on the cloud and then also back it up on a drive like everybody tells you should. So I get really anxious about data loss when I have a corrupted file or a corrupted SD card. It literally just makes me have a panic attack. So I want you to picture this. It's yesterday. I didn't know that I was going to be able to successfully fix everything at this point. I know I've told you that information, but pretend I don't know that yet. It's probably maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We know that we have Mandy's vet appointment at 4:30 p.m. or something. We had taken Leo also to get a bath earlier in the morning because he was dirty and he needed a bath. His bath went fine, but we had, gotten up in the morning at 11, took Leo to his bath, came home. I said to myself, it's noon. I'm just gonna try to download these emulators onto Charlie's computer. I have a free day. It should take me a few minutes. Now you know that took me much longer. Several hours have passed. I'm having a panic attack trying to get my data back. The first time I thought I was going to have to format my 3DS's SD card. I thought I was going to lose everything. All of the stuff I keep on my 3DS, all of my saves, all of my pictures, even though I knew reasonably I wouldn't lose all of that because I have backups. But at the time, when you're having a panic attack, you're just like, oh my god, I'm going to lose everything and this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me, right? That's what my brain's doing. I'm freaking out. Charlie's playing PLA in the other room. I get frantic messages in all caps from my friend telling me to check my email And I'm like, what? Now, some context I can't give you because I'm not allowed to tell you what she was texting me about. But some context is a few weeks ago, this same friend texted me frantically and basically told me the same thing, except for instead of to check my email, to check my Discord. So I checked my Discord, and she had sent me a message regarding an application for a stream related thing that I'm not allowed to tell you about yet, sorry. But basically saying you should apply for this thing because I think that you would be good for it. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is very exciting. I will apply. Weeks have passed. The same friend texts me frantically, check your email. I check my email. I have an email regarding the status of my application. I'm in the middle of having a panic attack. I think that I have just bricked my DS, even though I didn't. But in my head, I have. And I was like, what? The contents of this email is going to make or break my current situation. If I don't get in, I'm going to start sobbing uncontrollably. If I do get in, I might still start sobbing uncontrollably, but in a good way. And Charlie knows that all of this is happening, not the email part, but they know that I'm like freaking out about my DS in the other room. And I'm like, no, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I just have to fix it. It's not going to take me that long, I swear. And then they just hear me go, oh my God. And they're like, what? And I just shove the email in their face and they read it. And then they start freaking out. And I start freaking out because, spoiler alert, it was good news. And then we had to leave to go to the vet where we're worried that our cat is going to need surgery. Then we find out she doesn't need surgery. We still have to pay $400 to get the procedure done that she needed, but it wasn't surgical, so we were happy with that. It was like a roller coaster of a day. We get home after she has this procedure, and we are just praying to God that it works and that the medicine they gave her works. And then we go to check on her maybe an hour or two after we got home, and she pooped in the litter box. And so we start like celebrating that she took a shit because it's good news that she did. So it was like really, really a roller coaster of emotions because I wanted to be happy about getting an acceptance for this thing, and I wanted to be happy about Mandy successfully having a bowel movement, but it was hard because it's like I'm still anxious about whether or not she's going to have another one or she's going to get backed up again, if she's going to need this surgery. And I can't tell anybody about the thing that I got the acceptance for because it's technically not 100% confirmed yet, and I'm on a trial basis, and I it might turn into nothing, and I hadn't fixed my DS yet, and I have at this point, but I still have more games I need to dump, so I'm afraid of messing it up again. So it's like all of these things are like good news, but like with a caveat, you know? It's like Mandy's doing better, but she might not stay better. You got an acceptance into this like really cool thing, but you might not be able to tell people about it, and you might get kicked out. And you fixed your DS, yippee, but you still have to dump 2 more games, and you could fuck it up again. So that was the day that I had yesterday. Very high emotions all around, but just know that I'm very excited to tell you about something, hopefully like this time next week, maybe. Give it 7 days and maybe I can tell you. If you don't hear anything else about it, then it's bad news. But if you hear something about it, then it's good news. I'm pretty sure it'll be good news. I'm not worried about the trial period. Like, I'm pretty sure it's going to be fine. I want to tell you so bad. But just know that I'm cooking. Something is cooking. We collectively are cooking. And that Mandy is feeling better. And that my DS is hopefully also feeling better. And that was the yesterday that I had. And then today I had to wake up at like 9 a.m. to go to work. Got off work at like 3. Then went out with Charlie to do some errands. Got home at like 4 something probably. And then had the whole flash drive fiasco. And then I laid down for like 30 minutes and then I had to get ready for stream. And here we are. So I've had a really chaotic Chaotic few days. But that's okay. One thing I did manage to do before everything got chaotic is I did find a decent Bulbasaur outbreak off stream, and I grabbed, I believe, 4 new Jumbo Bulbasaurs, I believe. So I've already caught them. We just need to check their size, and then we have more Totodiles to look at. So I'm going to briefly put us onto this screen that doesn't have the Totodiles on it so that we can... Okay, so that'll get us to 25 if we're at 21 then. I think. So that's good. Let me check. Do I have 21 in my boxes? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. This is 24, though. Am I missing one somewhere? Or should it be 20? He doesn't count because he's not Jumbo. Maybe I only got 3. I need to check their catch dates. Because this one says it was caught on the 9th. Okay, I only got 3. So we'll be at 24. My bad. But yeah, we'll be at 24. Let me pull up the counter for him. I think it's in here. Here. Okay, did that update to 22? Yeah, it did. Okay. Great. I feel like I need to move it over slightly. Okay. Like that. Okay. So let's go check the 3 that I caught off stream. Okay. To the lady in Messagosa. Here's the outbreak I had. You can clearly see all the Bulbasaurs that have approached me. But yeah, it was pretty good. If I had more time, I probably would have gotten 4, but I think I was busy. I wanted to check their sizes off stream so bad, but I didn't. So I have no idea what size they are. I was like crying that she pooped. Yeah. If I hadn't already like cried enough that day, I probably would have also been crying. It was a hard day. Alright. Lady in Messagosa. Tell me what size my beebs are. Hello. Yes, I want you to judge how big or small my Pokemon are. So we want to start with this one, because it's those 3. Alright. Number 22. Taylor Swift. Good sight bigger. Okay. That doesn't help me. So this next one is going to be 23. I have to update the counter. I'm doing it manually because I already have the auto counter set up for Totodile. Okay, 23. Bulbasaur, eh? Let's see here. Good sight bigger again. Okay, damn. Not very big. And then this last one is going to be number 24. 24 is my lucky number, so I see no reason for this one not to be the Jumbo. 24. Okay. Number 24. Thank you for the shiny luck. Can we get some jumbo luck? Number 24. Good sight. All of them were a good sight bigger? Dude. That sucks. Damn. Okay, shit. Well, it was a good outbreak if you were looking for a good sight bigger ones. That's okay. It had good spawns, though. I was seeing a good amount of Beavis at a time. So we're going to head back to that one, but let me switch scenes. Because we're also looking for Totodile down there. I did not fix the counter for him, so if it's not working... Don't blame me. Actually, yeah, blame me, because it's quite literally my fault. Let me get back over here. And then, let me make sure my buttons are working correctly for Totodile here. Okay. Chikorita. Cyndaquil. What are the buttons to reset? It's these ones. Okay. Oh, that was not the button I wanted to press. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Alright. Cool. I'm still getting the hang of doing both of these things at once. As you guys know, I did fail a shiny Smoliv on Saturday. So I'm really trying to not have a repeat of that situation. I still did not get myself more Herba, which I really should have. If I run out of spicy and I can't make jumbo sandwiches anymore, we'll just start looking for one of the other starters. But let me see. All right, I don't see any jumbo shinies, considering I don't have a sandwich on yet. And then we'll open Heart Gold. Continue my save. All right. Chikorita, Cyndaquil, Totodile. Cool. And then we gotta make the sandwich. Alright, creative mode. We'll do bell peppers because I have more of those. And then mustard, pepper. How much herb am I working with? 5 left. Okay, so we can make 5 sandwiches. That'll last us a good bit. Especially if we have a scam, which we can make like another one and save the herba. What picks do I have? We have the orange flower. I know that one Bulbasaur likes to shine for sometimes. Alright. I gotta make the sandwich. The counter did go up though, yeah, so it is working. And it did only go up 2, and we did 2, so maybe it's been better. Okay. Hopefully I'll get better about all the button pressing over time. I don't know how people do this with multiple GSs. They make it look so easy when people are like doing DAs and also doing this, like... Okay. There we go. We got a Humongo poison sandwich. So we'll go look for... Look for some boys. See, there is a good number of spawns here without encounter power, so I have been pretty happy with the numbers in this outbreak. But apparently all of the jumbos are just a good sight bigger, so I don't know what that means, but... Alright. I don't know if people do so many hunts at once, me either. I have no idea. Alright. And I know there's also a way to, like, fast forward through, but I'm afraid I would fast forward too far, to be honest. Like, I don't trust... If I was doing it just the Totodiles, I think I would do the fast forwarding. But because I'm not, I don't trust myself to do the fast forwarding. So we're just going to be doing it at normal speed. But I will speed up if I am doing just the DS and not like both screens at once. It's basically just like every picnic I can do another Totodile reset. I just like do it when my hands are off the controller. Oh my god, so many slots. That was a lot of slots. Oh, also, when I was hunting offline, 2 of the Bulbasaurs I found, so I found 3 total. 2 of the ones I found were on the same sandwich and the same picnic reset. Like, they were just like there and there. It was crazy. Hi, Nando. How's it going? Good to see you. Chikorita, Cyndaquil, Totodile. Alright. No. You watched Toonami? Let's go. I know you talked about it a little bit on Saturday. I'm glad that the shows were good. Alright, yeah. I don't see any shinies. Of course, they don't always stick out, especially at night, but they all look like normies to me. Doing good today, Nemo's doing good. I'm glad that Nemo's doing well, especially in light of Mandy not doing the best. I'm glad to hear that everyone else's animals are doing well. Alright. Come on, let me see some shiny boys. No. I want my Jumbo. This hunt has gone on longer than I was hoping it would. Alright. I know that Cyndaquil's shiny is brown on his head where the blue is. I have not really been looking for Chikorita's shiny. I know it's like yellowier. Like, I think the leaf on her head is like a little more yellow. It's kind of like how Bulbasaur's shiny is a little bit more yellow. So, if you guys see a shiny Chikorita, don't let me reset over it. Ideally, I was going to get a shiny Totodile, though. That's what I wanted. Because I want to play through Heart Gold with a Totodile. And I think it would be very cool to have my actual starter be shiny throughout the game. Because I've never played through a game with a shiny as a partner. Because they were shiny locked, obviously, in these games. So, I would love to play through. Especially because he, like, walks alongside you. I would love to play through with a shiny Totodile. That would be cool as fuck. Totodile's a good boy. But like I said, if there's a shiny Chikorita, I'll probably just trade it to Charlie. And then start a new save. Because it's not exactly like you make a lot of progress before you get to the starter hunt. It's like one of the first things you do in the game is you go pick your starter. Little guys, it's true. They are little guys. Always gotta check this one in the corner, because one time he was shiny. Gotta check the guys in the shade too, because sometimes they don't look shiny, and then they are. It's funny dumping Soul Silver onto Charlie's PC, because I don't think I'd ever really like looked at the starting screen for Soul Silver. And so like on mine it's like Ho-Oh flying across the sky, and on theirs it's like Lugia like swimming but putting his little like wing hands into the water. It's really silly. Lugia's a very silly Pokemon. Like I don't know what his whole deal is. Like at first I wasn't sure if I preferred Lugia to Ho-Oh or Ho-Oh to Lugia. And I really still don't have much of a preference. I didn't want to get Heart Gold because I prefer Silver to Gold conceptually, like as a metal. But like Ho-Oh has grown on me since getting Heart Gold. I like that he is a gay bird. I feel like I like didn't know that about him, and I'm like happy that he's gay. I love Lugia. His hands. His hands are fun. I'll just say fun. I really never had a favorite legendary until recently. I am sort of immune to the legendary Pokemon are so cool crowd. That like doesn't work on me. It doesn't work on me with any Pokemon really. Like it doesn't work on me with Charizard. They're like, oh, but his stats, he's so, I don't care. He can fly, I don't care. He looks like a, I don't care. Like, for some reason, like the hype around legendary Pokemon typically just doesn't work for me. And it's not that I dislike them, but I think I like my Pokemon to be more like little guys than I do for them to be like big creatures. And it doesn't mean that I don't think their designs are cool or anything. I just like, when I was a kid I didn't care about the legendaries. I cared about the Pokemon that you could get throughout the game, whereas to me legendaries really felt like an end cap on the game. Like once you catch the legendary you don't play anymore, and obviously I know now that that's not true and that post game is a real thing and shiny hunting and you know everything like that, but it kind of felt like, oh, you catch the legendary and then you're done, you know, like that's, you don't really get to like spend time with the legendary. Whereas in this game, actually, something that is fun that the game does is that, like, Miraidon and Koraidon are, like, your bestie. You meet them at the beginning of the game, and even though you can't use them as a battler until the end, you go through the whole game with them the same way you do with your starter, and you get to bond with your legendary and build friendship with the legendary. And I think that that's cool. Like, it's not just some, like, mystery thing that you find at the end, like the ones in the caves, like Ting-Lu and Chen Pao and all them. Not that those guys aren't cool, but like that again, they feel like end caps. It's like, okay, you get them and then the game's over, you know? So I feel like Miraidon is the more interesting legendary than like Chen Pao and Ting-Lu and Chiyu. And again, I don't dislike those guys. It just like, I don't feel like you get a ton of time to bond with them unless you put them in your party and, you know, shiny hunt with them or whatever. But like, it's not like you can go do the gym battles with like Chiyu and your, I mean, I guess you maybe you could. I don't know at what point you're able to. You have to no. Well, you have to do the Titans because you have to be able to fly to get some of the like the stakes in the ground that you have to pull out to open the cave that they're in. So I don't know how far into the game you'd have to get to have legendaries on your team, but regardless, I didn't get them until close to the end of my playthrough. So all of this is to say that I didn't really have a favorite legendary growing up, because no one really ever asked me, to be honest. And the only legendaries, to be honest, that I was aware of as a kid were like the Gen 1 birds. You know? Like, I knew about. And Dialga and Palkia. So I knew Articuno, Moltres, Zapdos, Mew, and Mewtwo, because I was a Gen 1 girly. And then I knew Dialga and Palkia because I had a Dialga and Palkia themed Pokemon card collector binder. And honestly, up until when Scarlet Violet came out, or maybe around the time PLA came out, like somewhere between when PLA came out and Scarlet Violet came out, if you showed me a photo of a legendary from almost any other generation, I probably wouldn't recognize it. And still now, there are some legendaries that I don't recognize as much. There are some Pokemon in Gen 3 that I don't super recognize, and, you know, Pokemon in, like, Gen 5 I don't really recognize. So I didn't really know about Raikou, Suicune, and, Entei. Like, I didn't really know about those guys. Like, I had seen them before, but I didn't know their names. I didn't know about, like, Heatran and Cresselia, Darkrai. I did know about Shaman, I think, because Shaman has, like, a movie and stuff. Not that some of those guys don't have movies, but, like, I specifically remember kind of knowing about Shaman, but I didn't know about Shaman's other form. I only knew about the one form, because I don't think I had seen the movie. I had just seen, like, stuff from that movie. So I didn't really know about Shaman's, like, sky form or whatever. I just knew about the little hedgehog. Strongest knowledge is 1 through 4, but definitely 1 and 4. Yeah, me too, for sure. And, like, I know a good bit about, like, Gen 2. Oop, I pressed the wrong button. But, like, not a ton. So it wasn't until recently I started to learn more about the other legendaries. So I didn't know much about Lugia. I didn't know much about Ho-Oh. I didn't know about, like, Kubfu. Or who are the other ones I didn't know a lot about? Now I'm just trying to think of legendaries. The Reggies. I didn't know a lot about the Reggies. Until I played through BDSP. That was when I found out. Oh, Latios and Latios I didn't know a lot about. I think I had seen Latios and Latios, but I didn't know a lot about them. So it was really hard to pick a favorite legendary because if all you have to work with is Mew, Mewtwo, the legendary birds, and Dialga and Palkia, and, like, maybe Giratina, and you're, like, a child, it's kind of hard to pick a favorite because I didn't care for the birds. I'm not really a big bird guy. I did like Mew. He was my favorite, I guess. I mean, he's a mythical, so I don't even know if that counts, but Mew was definitely my favorite, especially now that I know what his shiny looks like. Out of those options, I really liked Mew. You would think I would really like Shaman because he's a grass type and he's a little hedgehog guy, and I do like Shaman, but I have a hard time calling him my favorite because I just don't really care about him that much. Like, he's cute, but, like, I don't, like, super care. I have grown really fond of the Reggies. But I didn't even know about the second set of Reggies. Like, I didn't know about Regieleki and the other ones until recently. I only knew about Registeel, Regirock, Regice, and Regigigas because of BDSP. So that was a surprise when I found out there were more Reggies. So definitely, like, the OG Reggies I like a lot. I mean, it's hard not to love Cunty Regirock with a handbag, but I'm actually a big fan of Registeel, if you ignore that he does the Nazi salute sometimes. But the Pokemon universe, I don't think has Nazis. It might. I don't know. But regardless, I do like Registeel a lot. I think I like the sounds that the Reggies make. I really won't elaborate. I just like their sounds. But I think one of the legendaries that I have decided is like actually one of my favorites is Heatran. Because he's a frog. And I didn't know that. But just being a frog, I fear, is not enough for you to become one of my favorite Pokemon. Otherwise, Seismitoad and the gang would be on my favorites list, and they're really not. Palpitoad has grown on me, but the rest of the line, I really only care about if they're shiny. Shiny Seismitoad is really cool, though. So being a frog on its own isn't enough. Gorgeous shiny Shaymins? Or Mews? Oh, Mew. Yeah. No, Mew has a gorgeous shiny. I like Shaymin shiny too. I really wish I had a shiny Shaymin. Or that I could even hunt it. BDSP. So I don't think that I can say that Heatran is 100% my favorite, just because I don't think that being a frog is enough for him to get the #1 spot. But he's definitely up there. I've just never really connected with the legendaries. So, you know, we'll see. I connected with them a little more after playing like PLA and Scarlet Violet and being able to have them on my team. And now, of course, I have a shiny Mewtwo in Swish that is the love of my life. But I also have a shiny Tapu Bulu now, which is bizarre. Granted, the Tapus came out later, but I will say when I played through Moon, I did not know that the Tapus were there. I knew about Cosmog and Cosmoem and Lunala, but I did not know about the rest of those guys. Alright, show me some shiny Beebs. I do like a lot of the Ultra Beasts, I will say. More than I like legendaries, I like mythicals and Ultra Beasts, I think. Okay, picnic. Really hard to get my brain to do the right things. A lot of the mythicals are really good. Shaymin's great. Mew is great. I can't remember if Darkrai is mythical or legendary, but if he's mythical, he's great. I mean, he's great if he's legendary too, but I mean, if I'm listing mythicals that are great, then if Darkrai is mythical, then he's great. I think he is. But yeah, Shaymin, Mew, Darkrai, all fantastic mythicals and or legendaries. I don't really know what the distinction is, I guess. It feels like labels. It's like, are you like a box art or an end of the game, you know, one of a kind Mon? If you are, you're a legendary. Like, because the pseudo legendaries are pseudo because they seem like legendaries, but like you can get more than one of them. But the thing about legendaries is like there is only one. The singular legendary whatever. But then that's also like not entirely true if you like watch the Mewtwo movies and stuff, but whatever. But at least in the games, it's like you can only catch one. I'm cute? What do you mean? Look at this family of Beebs. Beautiful family. Cutie, what? Excuse me? What is this slander? Charlie's slandering me. Mods, get this guy out of here. Alright. Slander, yeah. Slander is when you say untrue things about people. Even if you're calling me cute. No, I'm pretty sure slander does have to be negative, but still slander, regardless. Untrue. Spreading lies. You shan't spread lies in my chat. Regardless. Beep, beep. I honestly wouldn't have to pick up my Pro Controller if I could reset using different buttons. I mean, I guess I could. Like, I could wire the controller however I want to. But, I have it wired exactly like a DS, just on a Pro Controller. So Y is Y, A is A, X is X, B is B, select is select. Like, I have all of those buttons as is. So I have to slightly pick it up to be able to press the buttons on the back for L and R. I guess I could have made it a different button combination, but I didn't want to make the other buttons weird if I did that. I'm still not 100% sure that I'm looking at different ones every time. I'm pretty sure I am, because that's how it works. Like, you save in front of the balls and then you reset. But something in me is like, but what if, because I'm playing it on a ROM, I am just loading the same save point over and over again and looking at the same ones over and over again? And I don't think that that's true, but that's what my brain wants me to think. And I know it's just because I'm going to go into the thousands or something for these resets, but I don't want to go into the thousands and then find out I was looking at the same Totodile over and over again. But I should know, like, I should go back and check the footage of when I did this the other day, because I should know based on if the starter I picked the first few times had the same nature or was the same gender. If the nature changed every time I selected it, then I'm looking at a different one. But if it was the same every time, then I would be not looking at the same one, so I don't have to, like, I don't have to rely on the shininess to make sure I'm looking at a new one. But I did not check that footage. I love Stardew Valley. I think Fields of Mysteria just got an update like yesterday or the day before, and people were excited about that. I've still not played it, and I feel bad because I kept saying like, "Oh, I'll play it, you know, this month. I'll play it this month," and then I continuously do not play it. And it's not even because I don't want to. Like, I do want to. I just keep not. For like really no good reason, other than just that I have not picked it up. But I would like to pick it up, I just haven't. I wonder if the music in Field of Mystery is any good, because obviously Stardew's got bangers. I assume it's pretty good. Video game soundtracks are like a huge part of how I feel about the game. It could be a good game with a bad soundtrack, and I would probably be like, that game was okay. But it could be a bad game with a good soundtrack, and I'd be like, that game was pretty good. I'm like, complaints about the gameplay, but soundtrack was a banger. It's like Banjo-Kazooie. That game makes me want to pull my hair out, but the soundtrack is so good that I, like, kind of give it a pass. I'm like, God, I hate this game, but damn it, bops. A good soundtrack is crucial. Yeah. I feel the same way about film in a lot of ways. Like, I don't think that soundtrack makes or breaks a film quite as much, but like a good film with a bad soundtrack versus a bad film with a good soundtrack. The easiest example I can think of is Twilight. Twilight is not a good movie, but like Supermassive Black Hole during the fucking baseball scene, I feel like makes that movie. Like, I feel like if a different song was playing during that scene, it would not have been nearly as good. But there are some good movies that have, like, unmemorable soundtracks. Oh god, get away from me. I hope I wasn't on that screen for so long. Did it just go up a bunch, or did it only go up one or two? I can't remember what we were on before. I feel like we were not on 184, but I wasn't looking. Alright, I don't see any. Twilight Series soundtrack slap, yeah. I don't know, I wasn't looking at the number either. I feel like it probably went up more than I wanted it to, but that's okay. I just worry that if I leave it on the scene that I have the screenshot from for too long, it'll just start counting up infinitely for as long as it's there. Because it's supposed to count up, like, once every, like, second. that I'm on that scene for. So I have to jump off that scene really quickly or else it'll count up against my will. But it takes me a second to get the controller into my hands and to reset. Because I'm holding my Joy-Cons, obviously, while I run around looking at the Bulbasaurs. And then I have to put the Joy-Cons down and pick up the Pro Controller. Which is why I don't leave it on this scene anymore, because if I was looking for Chikorita, the counter would just be going up a lot right now. But I have it set to Totodile, so... Wait, now it's still at 185. Have I not done like 2 since it went up to 185? Okay, well maybe that'll make up for the fact that if it went up extra to get to 185, then it's... maybe it's more right. Yeah, it doesn't look like it went up the last 2. So what did I do now? I haven't changed anything about what I was doing. Did I break it? Yeah, it should... No, it went up just now, though. I might have reset too quickly the last couple times. It's okay. I'm sure it'll even out with the couple of times the counter went up more than 1. We probably don't have the world's most accurate count. I'll go back after stream and count up how many individual Totodiles we had for the last 2 streams when I have time. I don't know when the fuck I'm gonna have time for something like that, because it's gonna take forever, but... when I do... I'll count it up. Because I'm busy tomorrow. But we're not doing this again on Thursday, because we're doing Banjo-Kazooie on Thursday, so... maybe I'll have time before the weekend. It's a little finicky. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's not the counter's fault, it's mine. Because I have to let the screenshot... like sit for 0.5 seconds. I just don't want to let it sit for too many seconds and then have it go up too much. I don't want it to say that we saw like 4 Totodiles when we only saw 1. But I also don't want it to say that we saw 0 Totodiles when we only saw 1. I would like it to say 1 every time we see 1 Totodile. That would be the ideal situation. But I know some people have had trouble with the auto counters on DS emulators before, having a hard time picking what to screenshot. But I know some people have, you know, have it figured out, so I'll have to see what the consensus is. How much time do you have left on my sandwich? 15 seconds. Okay, I was going to say, it felt like we were getting to the end. Alright. Are we going to have a Scamwich or a Buzzer Beaver? It's got to be one or the other. It's feeling like a Scamwich, but maybe not. It's like waiting for another one to come out. Come on, show me a shiny. Come on. Please. No. Alright. I don't think we got any shinies. Alright. We'll reset then. Thank you for the shiny luck. Maybe it'll work on Totodile. I accidentally clicked on Chikorita, and then I tried to click off of it and pressed the wrong button. Because I'm not good at this. Pokemon Heart Gold version. It sure is Pokemon Heart Gold version. I would love to know what happens after this in Pokemon Heart Gold version, but I'll never know. We're almost at 200 Totodiles, though. That's exciting. You'll never know. You're stuck here forever. No. As if Charlie wasn't doing a playthrough of Soul Silver that they now have to restart. Alright, that was a poison Sammy, so maybe we'll try making a grass Sammy. Alright, we did the orange flower last time. Maybe we'll try the blue one this time. It's fine, I might also try for a shiny starter. You should do them with me. Wait, that would be really fun. We have a shiny starter race and see who can get to it first. You try shiny Chikorita and I try shiny Totodile, and if we get each other's shinies, then we just trade. That would be fun. And if it's Cyndaquil, fuck. Yeah. Cyndaquil would be the worst to get, because that's like the most phase. At least if I get a Chikorita, somebody will want it. If I get a Cyndaquil, it's like... Bro. I could have gotten that in fucking PLA. We're doing the PLZA starters, not the PLA starters. Get it together, Pokemon Heart Gold. I say that as if it, like, already did pick a Cyndaquil, which it didn't, and now it's gonna give me a Cyndaquil just to spite me. Alright. Getting to play DS games, really for the first time, is like making me feel really nostalgic because again, I never really played Pokemon games on the DS. So like it kind of feels like I've like gone back in time and I'm getting to play Heart Gold as if it like just came out, you know. Cuz it's new to me. I've never played it, so it feels new. And it's like I'm trying to get my starter for my playthrough cuz I'm going to, you know, have my shiny starter in PLZA. Well, PLZA will probably shiny lock the starters if they hate us, but like it'll be the starter that I pick in PLZA. Um, Healing our inner children. I love hanging out in your streams. No, you. We'll come in here and shiny hunt during my stream then. To goddamn. Because the thing is, like, it's not like my inner child. I mean, granted, there's a lot of things I need to heal my inner child from, but it's not like my inner child is specifically damaged from not getting to play Pokemon Heart Gold at release. But, like, if I could go back in time and have given myself, as a child, Pokemon games on the DS, I would have for sure. I wish I had gotten into DS games sooner. I just literally didn't know. No, not Cyndaquil. No. I assume this guy's not shiny? I can't fucking see him. Okay, yeah, we're good. Oh my god, I just ran into him again. Real good work. I'm trying to set my Pro Controller in a way that I can press the back buttons without having to lift it up, like while still holding my Joy-Cons. It's not going particularly well, but that was the intended plan. But I'm just knocking it over. Trying to get it to sit up. Like in my lap. No way that bird just came down and tried to fucking get me. Bro. I keep getting into encounters on the Switch because I'm trying to do stuff on the DS. Why did I run over a paper towel? Hello? Why is there a paper towel on the ground? Can I run away, please? I can't get away. Why the fuck can't I get away? I'm an electric type. He's a bird. I don't want to fight. I just want to run away. Thank you. Oh my god. That did not need to be so hard. Alright, I'm running away from the bird. Alright. And I don't think I see any shiny Bulbasaurs. No, I don't want Chikorita. God damn it. Okay. If I could stop pressing the wrong buttons all the time, that would be awesome. That'd be fantastic, actually. Kinda hungry. Might get something to eat on my BRB. I have a BRB in like 10 minutes. I didn't really eat lunch. I had like breakfast and then I had like a snack. Shiny Beebus, where art thou? Not here. Did you have a preference, Charlie, on what we did for dinner? If we did the, like, pizza, or if we did soup, or if we did, like, the chicken and vegetables? I know you said pizza or soup, I think. I just couldn't remember if you picked one or if you just said those because they were the options. Probably soup. Okay. Hope your tummy is okay. Oh, fuck. I ran into a Beavis. I'll eat later. Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to decide if I want soup or... Like, low-key, I want the pad thai that I took with me to work because when I was at work, I was thinking about eating it and then I wasn't hungry, so I didn't. But now I'm like, I kind of want it. But I also don't think that's, like, enough food, so I would have to eat something with it. And I don't know what I would eat with it. I mean, we have some... You know what? We have some... I have some leftover, like, corn I could eat with it. I could just heat up the corn and eat it. Or something. Because I don't really have any, like, taco stuff left, but I still have some corn. Eat whatever, who knows. I mean, like, the thing is, if you have soup and I eat something microwavable, then whenever you decide you want to eat something microwavable, I could just eat soup, like, because soup is also a microwave thing, so... I'm not gonna have the, like, chicken, because that we're supposed to eat together, but... The pad thai, like, you don't have anything equivalent to the pad thai. There's just the one. So... I don't think it'll, like, throw off the schedule. Because if we were going to do pizza, then we could eat it together. Like, I would eat pizza. But if you're just going to do soup, I'm not, like, super in the mood for soup. So, I might eat my pad thai. And that's going to be an easy thing to heat up, too, while I'm on BRB. Like, I can throw it in the microwave. And then, like, microwave the corn and just kind of eat that with it. That sounds appealing to me. Noodles and corn. Yes. A 5-star meal. I could also put yum yum sauce on it if I was really feeling... I almost said feeling spicy, but I don't mean spicy as in the sauce is spicy, but just like feeling spicy as a concept. Checarita, Cyndaquil, Totodile. Alright. Boop. I'm blue da blue dee da blue da. I love that there's lo-fi of that. That makes me laugh. Oh, fuck. Bird. I don't want to fight the bird. Yum yum sauce. I mean, the pad thai does come with its own sauce, so I probably don't need to put yum yum sauce on it, but I could. It's not like they taste bad together. Yum yum sauce is yummy. It's in the name. I mean, it's literally right there in the name. Yum yum sauce. Yay, we got over 200. I really hope this is one of those hunts where it ends up only being in the hundreds and not in the thousands. I would love it if my first full odds hunt could go under full odds on Switch games. Like under 40.96. I think that would be really funny. I'm like, baby's first 81.92 hunt gets it in less than 40.96. Because if my first full odds hunt goes over 8192, I'm going to be a lot less inclined to do it again. I did this to dip my toe in the water. Don't make me take my foot back out. No, I don't want chikorita. Cheeky, 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 cheeky. That's what I always think of when I think of chikorita. I just think of cheeky, cheeky. Alright, come on. Give me a shiny beeb. I have like 5 minutes before my ad. It'd be cool if I could get one before the ad happens. How many streams do we think it'll take me to find Totodile? This is stream number 2 of looking. How many do we think it's gonna be? Oh man, goddamn bird. I run into stuff a lot more frequently when I'm doing these 2 hunts at once, so I feel like I am making my sandwich, like, really work hard, because I'm doing less resets per sandwich. No, don't run into me, Beavis. I know it didn't count up that time because I reset too early, but I didn't want the Beavis to run into me. Alright. I think let's do a picnic. That is the one thing about the, like, overworld Pokemon and stuff in this game is, like, in these games, the Pokemon are only in the wild grass, so, like, you can stand somewhere completely still, safely, without getting encountered, whereas here, it's like, everything is grass, so there's, like, really nowhere I can stand to keep a Bulbasaur from attacking me, or a bird, or just anything else. Like, I could stand completely still, and something would find its way to run into me. And it's like, I wish I could just stand somewhere without being encountered. It would make my life a lot easier if I could just go stand in a safe spot while my Totodile resets. But I can't. We're almost at 211, which is Charlie's birthday. So maybe number 211 will shine. Though I fear if number 211 does shine, it'll be a Chikorita. I'd rather it be, a Totodile. But if we have to wait for my birthday, it'll be 9/24, which will be a while. Thank you for the shiny luck. I'm hoping for a shiny Beeb. I don't know where they at, though. That guy kind of looked shiny because of the lighting, but he wasn't. It's starting to get to that, like, dusky lighting, I think. Where they start to look shiny when they aren't. Alright, we have 2 minutes left. How much time do I have on the sandwich? Oh, shit. Don't run into me. Okay. We're almost at half the sandwich. And we're almost at, like, 210 on the Totodiles. I'm trying to get there before the ad. I don't know if I'll get the Totodiles because I only have, like, a minute, but... I think there's no shiny Bulbasaur, so we can do another picnic here, and then pause this and speedrun the Totodiles real fast. That was 207, or 208, so we just need to do 2 more. Okay, yeah, 2 more in 1 minute, I can do that. Especially with all my focus on Heart Gold. Hello! Thank you so much for the follow, Shigun Gaming. I don't know why the alert didn't go off. It always does that. There we go. Hello? It still didn't go off. Why do my alerts not want to go off? Why did they stop working? Let me try refreshing them. Nope, it's just broken. It just won't go off. Okay, well, pretend that there was an alert. Thank you for the follow. I don't know why it did not happen. All right, this will be number 210. So let's see what we get. Nothing. All right. Well, I have an ad break starting in 10 seconds, so get yourself something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks, pay your loan, pet your fish. Because I have alerts on this scene, don't I? Yeah, I do. And it has my yeah, it has my Twitch alerts. Why they no go off? It just cues it and then immediately stops. Can I try another alert? No. None of them are working. That's so weird. I don't know. I think they're broken. Anyway, I'm going to go on BRB. I'm going to go heat up my dinner, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry, that took a minute. We had to sort something out, and also this has to microwave for like 4 minutes, so I had to do that. But let me see how the checks are going. Mall says 87% gay, 69% EP, 60% smelly, 97% cute, and 98% froggy. And MG is here. What's up? MG is 66% gay and 7% EP. Let's go. I microwaved my dinner, so I'm just going to take a second to eat it because there is quite literally no way that I'm going to be able to manage 2 hunts and eating dinner simultaneously. So, I like that color on me, the purple. It's Charlie's hoodie. Ow, hot. But how are you? I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Maybe I should have put something on the beans and corn, but I don't really have anything to put on them. I mean, purple's one of my favorite colors. Green, black, and purple are probably my 3 favorites. Very good Tuesday. That's good. I also perhaps should have gotten something to drink, but why would I think that far ahead? What are you eating? It's pad thai and a side of corn and beans. It's called leftovers. It's called things I had in the fridge that I could eat. It's pretty good though. I'm enjoying it. Thank you the fart. Oh yeah, I should put my headphones back on. I can't hear you guys farting. Hold on. Alright, now I can hear those good farts. You got Noodles and Company. Bro. Noodles and Company slaps. Thank you for the fart. Yeah, we'll have to have mac and cheese at some point this week. We have some in the pantry. You can now start eating semi-soft foods. Right, because of your teeth, right? Mac and cheese is a good in-between, like, soft and hard. Not too crunchy. Oh, hello. Did my controller... Okay, it's working. It, like, wasn't controlling for a second. I always read that as Yip peeing. He is peeing. Can't you see him peeing? This pad thai will make up for the fact that tomorrow we would normally be getting pad thai, but we're not. Because Charlie is having a different doctor's appointment tomorrow. In a different place. Alright, I'm gonna go back to hunting, but we'll just focus on the beebs for now. I would do just Totodile, but I don't have a scene for just Totodile. I guess I could have made one, but I didn't. Yeah, and Gigi's out of town. So for all of those reasons, we won't be having pad thai tomorrow. But it's okay, because I'm having pad thai now, to make up for the fact that I'm not having pad thai tomorrow. Gotta fill the void somehow. The pad thai shaped void. Yeah, this is like the worst time of day to try to look for a shiny. They all look yellow from a distance. To like get close to them to make sure they're not shiny. Alright. Everyone was saying the lock-on thing, where you can tell if they're jumbo or teensy and their gender and stuff like that, should have just included a sparkle for if they're shiny. Might have made shiny hunting too easy, but... would have been helpful for people that maybe can't tell the difference between a shiny Slowpoke and a not shiny Slowpoke. Eating just like straight beans makes me think of this girl on TikTok who does something called dinosaur time, where to get her greens in for the day, she just eats a handful of spinach like a dinosaur. And sometimes she'll do other foods, not just spinach. She'll do like beans or like lettuce or arugula or anything. So just eating straight beans. If I was doing it with my hands, I would really feel like a dinosaur. Dinosaur time! I mean, listen, it's an ingenious way to force yourself to eat greens if you don't like them. Just pretend that you're a dinosaur and that you're eating off of a tree. Totally fixes the problem. I'm having slightly sophisticated dinosaur time by eating it with a fork instead of my bare hands. Unfortunately, I need my hands for shiny hunting. Otherwise, I'd eat them with my bare hands. Just like a dinosaur. Ah! Katie! It's our year. It is our year, Katie. Okay. Let me... hold on. Let me go here. You guys need context. First of all, I'm eating dinner. So ignore the just black beans in my teeth. Also, why did that alert work, but the follow alert didn't work? That's so bizarre. But anyway, Katie, thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, nice to meet you. If you don't know me, my name is Ty. My pronouns are they, them. I am a variety, but mostly Pokemon streamer here on Twitch. And today we are doing a double shiny hunt. We're looking for the Pokemon Legends ZA starters. So I'm currently doing Totodile resets in Pokemon Heart Gold. And we're also trying to look for a Jumbo Shiny Bulbasaur. So those are two things that are kind of happening simultaneously right now. I took a break from the Totodile hunts so that I could eat dinner with one hand and shiny hunt with the other hand, because I was using one hand for Totodile and one hand for Bulbasaur, and it wasn't working trying to also eat. So we're currently just looking at Bulbasaur, but I do have Totodile on another screen. Katie, how was your stream? How are things going? Are you still doing your wrestler hunting? And if you guys are from my chat and you're not following Peachy Pink Katie, you should do that, because she is amazing. And you know how earlier I told you that I had sort of a secret? Katie has the same secret as me. We are keeping the same secret. And it's so funny because so me and Katie are friends. And so I follow her on her like alt Twitter, her like private. Good, you got Grimmsnarl and Infernape, just have Machamp left, let's go. And so she tweeted something on her private about, sort of applying to things similar to the things I've been applying for. And I tweeted something back at her being like, me too, like, I'm also doing that. Hopefully we both get accepted. Um, and I won't tell you what happened. You're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait a week to find out. But just know that me and Katie, we have secrets. But yeah, if you guys do need to raid and run or raid and rest, I totally understand. Take care of yourself. Like I said, I'm literally in the middle of eating dinner. So like, if you have to eat dinner, that's so valid. Go piss, girl. Hot people raid and rest. But if you want to hang out and look at Bulbasaur and Totodile with us, you are welcome to. But best of luck with the Machamp. Sending you all of the shiny vibes for a green, muscly boy. Shall be lurking while getting an evening snack. Sounds good, Katie. Sounds good. Oh. I'm receiving text messages from the dog mom for a dog I'm supposed to watch. Grimmsnarl is a slay. His shiny's really good. It's like white and like pink. I don't know what Infernape's shiny looks like. Chimchar's is kind of just like slightly off color. Kind of like pinkish. So I assume he's also just pinkish. But Infernape is more white. Like, he has more white fur. So I don't know if only his, like, orange fur turns sort of pinkish. And then if his white fur stays white, I don't know. Let me see what the text said. Okay. I will have to pass that along to Charlie. Alright, let me see some shiny Beebs. We have seen 24 Bulbasaur. And none of them have been Jumbo. And only some of them have been close. It's actually kind of annoying. And this outbreak was yielding me a lot of shinies offline, but my offline shiny luck and my online shiny luck are not the same. So, don't know what's up with that. Alright. None of you look shiny. Rip the shiny luck online? No, seriously. The same thing happens to Cat, like... Charlie, let me send you the follow-up text. We're just trying to figure out if this dog is a good booking or not, because they say he can't be left alone for super long, and we're mostly gonna be home during the days that we're supposed to watch him, but there's one day that we'll be out of the house for like a couple hours, and it doesn't seem like he can be left alone that long, so one of us might just have to stay home. Because I could use the money. Hi, Robin. How's it going? How was your trip to the grocery store? I hope that you got all of the groceries that you desired. Oh, I ran into a bird. Putting food away right now. I weirdly like putting food away after you get home from the grocery store. I just kind of like seeing food kind of enter the house again. I like knowing there will be something I can eat tomorrow. It's kind of a sleigh. But I'm also a weirdo who likes to bag my own groceries. I kind of find it therapeutic. It's like a fun game of Tetris. Finally got my arm strong enough to carry my full trip to my apartment. Yeah, I don't even work out, but I always try to carry in all of the groceries in one trip. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. It depends on if we got Gatorade or not, because Gatorade's really heavy. Big muscles? Yeah. Love a strong lesbian. Strong lesbian with big muscles. My main motivation to lift weights. Let's go. Yeah, I need to work out more. I have weak upper body muscles, and it shows. My lower body is decent, but my upper body is a mess. And the only reason my lower body's any good is because I stand all day at work. It wasn't before that. And even still, my legs are very tired after work, and I only work like 5 to 9 hour shifts. Ty, welcome in. How's it going? Not buff, just hate second trips. Who doesn't? I hate having to go back to the car. Thank you for the farts, gamers. What's lifting? Couldn't tell you. What's Lifetime? You mean Lifetime, the like TV network with the Lifetime movies? I don't know much about that either. I might know less about that than lifting, actually. Alright, come on, Bulbasaur. None of these are shiny shaped. None of them. Honestly, rude. I'm gonna eat more of my pad thai before it gets cold. I felt like the beans were gonna get colder first, which they did, but I don't want my pad thai to be cold. Alright, come on, Beebs. Be shiny. They're not doing it. Going to join a Goose Goose Duck tonight for the first time, but we couldn't get enough folks to join, so we made this doing over the party of Republicans. 7 children immediately entered. Oh no. Yeah. Doing rando lobbies in games like that, or like Among Us, or anything like that, can be interesting, to say the least. When I was on the phone with B earlier, their comic is... So they have a webcomic. My friend B has a webcomic. It's like 50 chapters long or something insane. It's about like gay pirates and like very fantasy, very D&D. I recommend everybody read it. It's called Lady of Galorus. It's really good. Anyway, in her comic, one of the characters has two fingernails that aren't like sharp, and then the rest of the fingernails are sharp. Do with that information what you will. But somebody commented on, the webcomic that was clearly a minor and was like, how come only like two of his fingers don't have nails and the rest of them have nails? And my friend who is like 24 years old was like, I don't really want to answer that. Because their comic is like kind of on the NSFW side. Like there is like a sex scene. It's not like drawn out, but like it's implied. So like maybe not the best thing to read if you're a minor. We backed out of that quickly. Yeah, that was probably the best call. Children are icky sticky. I agree. But yeah, so then they have a Discord server for the comic where a lot of people like to like theorize about what's going to happen next or about characters' backstories and things like that. And it has an NSFW channel because, again, I think she probably would have drawn out the sex if it was like not against the guidelines of like getting her comic to have like a PG-13 rating instead of an R rating. So she like went to the NSFW channel in her Discord and was like, what do I do? Like, what do I tell this literal child? Like, they were probably just like a minor in the sense that they were like a teenager, but a minor's a minor. We don't get to tell minors why adults don't always have sharp nails on all their fingers. I'm like, that's not a conversation we're ready to have with them. Robin knows what's up. Robin knows what I'm talking about. Go ask your parents. Yeah. Because basically every character in that comic is gay. The main character, I want to say, is both trans and maybe MLM or bisexual or something. Definitely into guys. And then this, like, it's sort of an ensemble cast, but like with like one main guy and then like three of his buddies. Because, it's like a pirate thing. So his like first mate is like a trans man. And then the two other members of the crew are lesbians and with each other. So there's really not a straight person on the ship. So I was like, the argument could be made that none of them would have all of their nails. But, let's go lesbians. Exactly. Thank you for the shiny luck. Anyway, if you like gay pirates, read Lady of Gallers. Free promo B, you are welcome. Alright, we have a minute and a half left. Come on. And then after this picnic, or after this sandwich is done, I'll finish my pad thai and then go back to Totodile. I went back to work today. It was chaos. Oh, God. Yeah, because you've been sick, right? Sorry about having to go to work. I know that that's not always fun. Can one of these be shiny? I had so much good luck off stream. What happened? Had students arguing, questioning with me how long the exam was, because that impacts the allotted amount of extra time they are given. Lots of questions for the instructor of the course. Oh, God. Yeah, hopefully you're feeling better, though, at least. Alright, how much time do we have? Alright, 20 seconds. You know, I have nothing to do with the class. I'm just an unpaid rando grad student. And they're like, Ty, can you answer literally all of these questions about the exam for us? Like, no, buddy, I'm just here. I just work here. At my job, there's a shirt that we're selling right now. It's like a graphic tee, and it just says "I don't work here" on it. And me and my coworkers have like joked about all wearing that shirt to work because it says "I don't work here." You should wear that to the exams. Be like, I don't work here. I am just. Oh my god, look at the size difference between those two. But it says that there's not one? Okay. Whatever. Our sandwich run out. It sure did. Alright. Damn, 2 sandwiches in a row with nothing. Alright, let me eat the last couple bites of my pad thai, and then we will go back to doing our Totodiles as well. Now that I'll have a free hand. Much improved from Thursday? That's good. When I was at Bath and Body Works, when people would complain about stuff I had no control of, I would just say, I just work here, I don't make those kinds of decisions. Yeah. Something that really gets me is when people complain about the fact that we charge for bags, because it's like a county thing. I think it's a statewide thing in the state that we live in, but it's definitely a county thing in the county we live in, that we have to charge, like, by law for bags. Like, every grocery store that I've been to since living up here and going to school up here has charged me like 5 cents for the bags. So I use reusable grocery bags, so that I don't have to pay 5 cents for a bag. Because I don't want to. Now, that doesn't mean if I forgot my bags, or I don't have one with me or whatever, that I will then complain about the price of the bag. I'll just be like, ah, dang, I forgot mine. And then I'll decide whether or not I just want to carry whatever I bought out without a bag, put it into my backpack, or just suck it up and pay the 5 cents for the bag. Because it's supposed to be, like, good for the environment or whatever, if you don't use bags. Because, you know, plastic's bad for the environment. Paper bags kill the trees, whatever. So it's, like, environmentally friendly to pay for the bags or whatever. Or to use less bags and not pay for the bag. But when I say, like, oh, hey, by the way, you know, the bags have a cost, the people are like, ah, what? That's ridiculous. And it's like, every store, I work in a mall, every store in the mall, because the mall is all in one county, every store in the mall is going to charge you. Like, it's not just us, and even if it was just us, it would still be a company policy, and not something that I just, like, made up. They always act like it's my fault. Like, I specifically am the one charging them for the bag. And it's like, this was not my idea. When 12:30 rolled around and the other proctor took over, I was like, have fun, not my problem anymore. Seriously, you're like, not my monkeys, not my circus. Alright, let me... My dinner is kind of in the way of where I normally put my controller, so let me move my dinner My Bulbasaur is sitting on my piano bench right now, and I just put my plate in front of him, so it looks like he's trying to eat my dinner. Write a letter, exactly. Like, get over it, actually. I had a Karen come into work today, and she had a British accent, so she was, like, somehow even worse. And normally I like a good British accent, but she was, like, a particularly annoying British lady. And she came in with a return, and our return policy is as such. So listen to the words I say. I'm gonna lurk while I eat my dinner. Okay, have fun. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you for the lurk. Our return policy is as follows. You can return anything except items that have a red tag that indicate final sale. Wait, did I do that right? Yeah. You can return anything except items that have a final sale tag on them for 30 days as long as you have the receipt, or if you have, like, if you put in, like, the phone number with us, you can get your receipt emailed to you. An email copy of the receipt also works. So, like, it doesn't have to be a paper one, but it has to be a receipt. So again, you can return anything within 30 days as long as you have the receipt, unless it has a red tag on it that says final sale. So she comes in with 2 items to return, and she has her receipt, and she gives me her receipt, and she shows me her 2 items, and one of them is a shirt that I return, and the other one is a dress that, you guessed it, has a red final sale tag on it. So I say to her, oh, I'm so sorry, we're not able to return anything with those final sale tags on them. Final sale means no exchanges or returns. And she was like, right, but this dress, it's too small. The dress was an extra small. She was a small woman, so, like, I don't doubt that she could fit maybe into an extra small. But obviously this dress was too small for her, so maybe she should have gotten... Hey! Hi, buddy! Big! Finally. Okay. So maybe she should have gotten a larger size. Or tried it on. But she said, oh, well, I came in here and, you know, it was in the evening, it was pretty late. Yippee! It was pretty late, so the fitting room was already closed. We closed the fitting room like 15, 30 minutes before we closed the store. So if our store closes at 10, we usually close the fitting room 9:30, 9:45. Because we need to get all of the items out of the fitting room. We need to check all the rooms, clean all the rooms, and we need to do that before the store closes. So she must have come in 15 to 30 minutes before close and not been able to try it on. And, like, listen, that sucks, you know? But if you didn't have a chance to try it on and you wanted it, you should have either put it on hold or just not bought it or gone a size up, because obviously it didn't fit and you found that out the hard way after purchasing it. But she was like, yeah, it just doesn't fit. I couldn't even fit it over my shoulders. Like, I could barely get it over my head. Like, surely there must be an exception, you know, in the case where it doesn't fit. I mean, it's never been worn. It's brand new. I just bought it and took it home, and you know, it didn't fit. So there must be an exception for me because of my special case. And I was like, in my head, I was like, ma'am, are you aware that, like, 90% of returns are people that, like, it didn't fit? That's not a real percentage, but, like, most of the people that come in with a return, it's either, like, a gift they didn't want from somebody who bought it for them, or it's an exchange for, like, a different size because it didn't fit, or something, you know, akin to that. But I didn't tell her that, obviously, because that would be having attitude or whatever. Sometimes people tell me all these ideas they had for the store, like the way that things should be arranged or the way that sales are done, and I'm like, good idea, I'll tell my manager. And then you don't do that? No, because why would you tell your manager that? Like, your manager's going to pass that along. But she was like, but surely there must be an exception for me. It didn't fit. And I'm like, yeah, girl, like that's what happens when you get an extra small. Like maybe you should have tried getting a small or something. And she was like, well, that's a ridiculous policy. Like, I don't care that it has a red tag on it. I should be able to return it. I bought it. I wasn't able to try it on because your fitting room was closed. And now it doesn't fit, so I should be able to return it. And I was like, I'm sorry, like I understand the situation. I'm sorry it doesn't fit, but like that is policy. I'm literally not able to return it if it has the no returns thing on it because that's what no returns means. And then she was like, okay, well, I want to talk to your manager. And I'm like, listen, I can bring my manager up here, but he's going to tell you the same thing I did because it's a company policy. And she was like, well, it sounds like it's just a whoever you talk to, because I bet if I went to a different one of your stores, I almost said the name of the store. If I went to a different one of your stores, then I bet I'd be able to return it. And I'm like, ma'am, you can certainly try, but like it's a company-wide policy. So you can go to the one in, a different part of the state, but you're gonna end up with the same result unless somebody just really doesn't want to deal with you and then bends the rules. Yeah, okay, then try. Literally. I was like, then leave. And I was like, so ma'am, I can bring my manager up here if you'd really like me to, but he's going to tell you the same thing as me since it's a company policy. Like the way that our registers work is if it has that no exchange or return, there's a button we press when we sell a sale item that has a final sale, and we mark it as final sale, and it gets marked as no exchange or no return. So that if somebody else, like if you bought it at my store but went to go return it at a different store, it would still pop up on the register, no exchange or return. So it gives me a pop-up on the screen on the register that's like, don't exchange or return this. So I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna exchange or return this after the pop-up says not to. Like, whatever. But I was like, if you really want to talk to my manager, I can bring him up here, but he's gonna tell you the same thing as me. And she was like, well, I really think of that if I talk to him, he'll understand. And I'm like, I understand your situation. Like, this is not for a lack of me understanding what's going on. She kept trying to explain to me how and why it didn't fit. She was like, I'll try it on right now in front of you. And I was like, that's not necessary. Like, I understand what it doesn't fit means. Like, I'm aware that it doesn't fit. Like, I can't help you with that. But anyway, I call my manager up and he comes to talk to her and she explains the situation to him, to which he says we can't return anything that says no exchange or return on it because it's final sale. It's company policy. It says it right there on your receipt. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. And she was like, well, it wasn't made correctly. It's obviously, made too narrow to fit around my shoulders. It should have been made wider or should have had a zipper or something so that I could fit it on. It's obviously made incorrectly. It's a manufacturing error. So she went from, this is too small to it's literally a manufacturing problem that it doesn't fit me. So sorry your dress doesn't fit. That sucks. I don't want to get fired. No, literally. And I'm like, I'm not doing this. And he's like, it's not a manufacturing error. Like, you could go get another dress that looks just like that one from our rack. Maybe if you found a small, and you could hold them up next to each other and they would look the same other than being different sizes. Like, and maybe the small would fit you. And she's like, well, he didn't say all that, but he was like, no, like that's how the dress is made. If you picked up another one, it would have looked the same. And she was like, well, what if I just exchange it for the exact same dress? Like another one of the sale dresses, like the exact same one, but in a different size. And it's like, hypothetically, maybe we could do that for her. But again, it's the pop-up on the register that's like, this is a sale item, you can't return or exchange it. It's like, I understand that the same amount of sale merchandise would be leaving the store if you exchanged it for the exact same dress in a different size. But like, I can't even let you do that. Like, I still can't do that, even if I wanted to. Somehow a magic manufacturing error just appeared. Yeah, like just out of thin air. It was like, and suddenly there's a problem with the dress. One time somebody tried to return jeans that had a huge rip in them that was not like a stylistic rip. It was just a huge rip. And she was like, yeah, I bought these like 6 months ago and I didn't notice until now they have this big rip in them. So I want to return them. And I was like, what the fuck did you just say to me? Like, first of all, there's no way we would have sold it to you with a rip that big. And if we had, it would have been with a faulty tag, which is something that we can put on. It's basically the same thing as a final sale item where you can't return it, but you get a discount on it for it being ripped or having a, you know, an imperfection of some kind. You know, either an actual manufacturing error or, you know, something that might have happened to it in the store, like a stain or, you know, a button falling off, something like that. So, like, that was another hilarious situation where it's like a rip that big you didn't notice. Also, 6 months ago, our return policy is 30 days. It's okay. Are you feeling okay, Charlie? It's okay if you're not chatty. I just want to make sure you're okay. But anyway, she and my manager went back and forth for a little while. I ended up having to help another customer that was like behind her in line, kind of watching the whole thing. But after they went back and forth for a little while, she was like, well, this is just terrible customer service, and then left. And it's like, it's literally not even our customer service. It's like we were being nice to her. Sorry, I had to like adjust the way I was sitting. Like, we were being as nice as we could be to her and being like, hey, we understand your situation. I'm sorry that it doesn't fit, but like, policy's policy. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Love when stores sell faulty merchandise instead of tossing it. Judy feeling a little icky. Who's Judy? Why is she feeling icky? Just, yeah, I figured you meant just. Wins all around. Yeah, our store is actually pretty, like, environmentally conscious, I would say. Actually, one of the things that I told this woman and have told many of my customers who tried to return something that they couldn't return for whatever reason, they usually end up saying, well, then what do you expect me to do with it? You know, after a while, when I tell them you can't return it and they go, it doesn't fit. And I go, I'm sorry. And they go, what do you expect me to do with it? And I go, you could donate it. You could give it to a friend as a gift who it, you know, it might fit, you know. Or our store has a donation program where you can donate it to us and you get a coupon. And then I put it into a bin and it gets recycled. So I told them, I was like, if you want, you can donate it back to the store and we'll recycle it. And, you know, it'll get turned into other clothes. And then you get a coupon for your next purchase. Isn't that fun? You get a little coupon for your next purchase? Isn't that your dream? And they usually aren't happy with that answer, but sometimes they take it and they're like, ugh, fine, I guess. But it's like, have these people never shopped before? Like, sometimes you get something and it doesn't fit and you can't return it. Like, and then you just figure out what you're going to do with it. You know, like, you find a friend who likes it, or you donate it to a Goodwill, or you donate it back to our store. Like, it's a weird question to ask. Like, if I got into that situation, I would never go up to the employee and be like, well, what do you expect me to do? You know, I would ask, like, oh, do you guys have a donation or a recycling program? But otherwise, I'd probably be like, well, Charlie, do you want this? You know? Granted, if something doesn't fit me, it probably won't fit Charlie. The other way around usually works. If Charlie gets something that maybe is a little too small for them, it'll usually fit me. But, like, you know, maybe I know somebody who is a size smaller than me that would wear it. It's not that hard. It's an insane question. Although I do feel like a lot of the people that I have met while doing retail have never shopped in a store before. Like, it genuinely feels that way sometimes. I like coupons. Yeah, coupons are good. Now, I will say the coupon that we give them for doing the recycling isn't, like, the world's best coupon, but a coupon's a coupon. Take it or leave it. I don't know. What do you normally do with clothing you get rid of? Yeah, what do you do with something that you bought 10 years ago and you wore it a bunch and then eventually you grew out of it, or you decided that you don't like the style of it anymore or whatever? Like, what do you normally do with clothes that you don't want anymore? And, you know, her argument was, this is like a $30 dress. So she's like, you know, it's not like it was a cheap dress. And I'm like, first of all, you got it for $30, but it was like on sale from like more expensive than that. So I don't really know what you want me to tell you there. And second of all, I understand that you don't maybe just want to give it away for free if you paid $30 for it. But if you knew you were going to be spending $30 on something you couldn't return, maybe you should have tried it on. And if the fitting room was closed, maybe you should have put it on hold and come back for it, because we do 24-hour holds. Or you could have just tried at least to get it over your head and shoulders without even going into the fitting room. I've seen people just try shit on in the middle of our store. It's not uncommon. It's not ideal, but it's not uncommon. I saw a guy trying on pants in the middle of our store when the fitting room was closed, because I was the one in the fitting room at the time, and I had to tell him that the fitting room was closed. And then he literally tried on pants over the pants he was wearing, which is not the best way to see if they'll fit, but I can't argue with the logic. But yeah, you'd be surprised how many people get angry that they don't read the fine print on their own receipts or ask about the return policy, because there's also signs all over the store, in the sale sections anyway, that say, you know, final sale, this rack's final sale, anything on this rack cannot be returned or exchanged. And it says it at the bottom of their receipt, and it has a sticker on it that indicates, you know, in bright red, that it's final sale. Like, I don't know how else to tell you that you couldn't return this. And it seems like that should have been apparent to you based on the everything about our store. That's one of the things my manager said to her. He was like, he literally pointed to the sale rack and was like, see that sign? That sign says final fucking sale, bitch. He didn't say that, but, because, you know, my manager's a nice person. But it's like, girl, you dumb as fuck. You can't read. People trying to return something and saying, but it doesn't fit, gives the same energy as the lady in the post office line who taps on the shoulder of the person in front of her and is like, do you mind if I go to the front of the line? I'm just trying to mail something real quick. Girl, what do you think everybody else is in the post office line for? If you're at the post office, like 9 times out of 10, you are trying to mail something. Like, that's a dumbass fucking question to ask. Anyway, that's one of the customers I had today. Like, all in all, she wasn't that aggressive, but she was just really annoying. And I think the British accent made it worse. The way she kept saying, it's too narrow. I was like, fuck you, I don't care. Maybe you should try being narrower. And she kept complaining that it didn't have like a zipper down the back. And I'm like, okay, so then go put a zipper on it. You know, it's possible to like cut down the seam of something and like put a zipper on it. I don't know how to do that, but like I'm sure somebody who knows how to sew knows how to put a zipper on something. Like, I know it's possible to just stick zippers to things. So I don't know, try that. No, I don't want Chikorita. I keep accidentally clicking Chikorita for some reason. But I don't want Chikorita. Alright, how much time do I have left on my sandwich? 12 minutes. Okay. I have an ad, but I'm going to snooze it and try to get through a few more resets. And then we can check the size when we get back. So I might need something to drink because my dinner made me thirsty. Okay. We have not made a ton of progress on the Totodile since the last ad. We went from like 210 to 225. I've looked at 15 Totodiles. I definitely need to make a scene where the DS is the big screen and the Switch is the small screen, because I think I would focus more on the Totodiles if they were the bigger thing. But I just don't want to miss like a shiny Because on the small screen, I'll notice the Totodile, but a Beebus, I don't know so much if I would notice on a small screen. I'd have to really, really squint and look at him. Chikorita, Totodile, Cyndaquil. Alright. Alright. Let me see 2 shiny Beebs in 1 sandwich. Come on. We already had 1. Now let's have a second one. It would be so awesome. It would be so cool. I mean, that one was so early in the sandwich, too. I feel like 5 minutes had passed. Like, tops. So it seems like we should be able to get another one. Alright, let me try to get to 230 on the Totodiles before they add. And then we'll go all in on the Totodiles. Alright, Beebuses. Show me some shiny Beebuses. None of these guys shiny. Alright, what do we got? Totodile, Cyndaquil, Chikorita. Alright. Nope. Oh, that one didn't go up. We were at 226 a second ago. Did I reset too fast? God damn it. I'm not very good at this. Alright. Chikorita, Totodile. Alright. Let me wait until the whole thing... There we go, it went up. Okay. I was gonna say, I was like, I didn't change anything. It should go up. Come on, Beebs. Be shiny. It would be really cool if you did. Alright. Nothing shiny on the Totodile front. And I think nothing shiny on the Beeb front either. Tragic. Okay. We gotta do this. There we go. That time it went up. Okay. 2 more Totodiles. I have 40 seconds. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Go, 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 go. Look at those guys. They're sleeping under a tree. So cute. Hello? What the hell is that sound? Chikorita, Totodile. Okay. There was like a pew pew sound outside. Hello? Alright. 1 more Totodile. Oh god, I have 5 seconds before the ad. Okay. Get yourself something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, pet your fish. Oh, motorcycle? That makes sense. Do your checks, pay your loan if you haven't. It looks like none of these Beebs are shiny. There's a fuck ton of them, though. Jesus. Hold on. Alright, let me do my last Totodile before the ad. Hold on. Okay, no shinies. And then let me just double check that none of these Beebs are shiny, because there's so many. The one in the corner is not. None of you guys are shiny. There's so many of you. Alright. No shinies. Alright, I'm gonna go on a BRB, and I will see you guys in like 3-ish minutes. I'm gonna get something to drink. Be right back. Alrighty, I am back. I got myself something to drink. This version of Sugar We're Going Down Swinging is so good. Hell yeah. 71% EB, 91% gay, 96% smelly, 69% gay. Your cute went down. 0% froggy. You gotta stop doing froggy rolls, my god. Alright. Let's... How much time we have left on the sandwich? 6 minutes left. Alright, let's finish out these last 6 minutes, and then we will check on the one that we found and see if he is the chosen one. Totodile is not the chosen one. Goodbye. Take your knives and go. I saw a TikTok that Gordon Ramsay is in Maryland, filming for Kitchen Nightmares, and he's like, really close to where my friend lives. I won't say which one as to not dox her, but he's like basically in the same city as where she lives. And B, really not that far from us at all. And I'm like, dude, if I lived where my friend lives, I would be at that restaurant every day so that I could be in the background of Kitchen Nightmares. That would be so fucking sick. I love Kitchen Nightmares. Of course, the food is always terrible at the restaurants that he eats at, because the whole thing is that they're struggling, but just to be in the background of Kitchen Nightmares, or for like Gordon Ramsay to lean over to me and be like, "What do you think of it?" and for me to be like, "It's shit, Gordon." He's what? You didn't know? He's in. I guess I can say where he is as long as I don't say the name of my friend. He's in like Frederick, Maryland, right now, filming for Kitchen Nightmares. And I, again, won't say what friend we know who lives there, but I have a friend who lives in Frederick, Maryland. I mean, we've been to Frederick, Maryland. We went to an event in Frederick, Maryland. Like last year. And, I'm like, dude, if I lived in Frederick, because it's like a couple hours away from us, I would do the drive. For Gordon Ramsay, I would do the drive, but I've seen a few posts about him being there, and my friend was like, dude, I know. And I'm like, dude, I would do anything to see him. I'm obsessed with Gordon Ramsay. He's like, he could be my dad, but he's like very attractive. Are any of these guys shiny? Damn, let's fucking go right now. Let's go right now. I don't know if he's still there. It was like a few days ago. I don't know how long he stays. It's usually like a week or so, I think. A little less than. But I'm like, dude, I would so be there. I'm sure it's hard to eat at that restaurant right now because people know that he's there filming, but I would still go. Shwapeepees, you're enjoying your shwapeepees? No, I don't like chicory. Hold on. I brought Charlie some shwapeepees to make their tummy feel better. And that's it. I don't know what their deal with it is, to be honest. I thought it would help you with your stomach. It's supposed to help settle you. Alright. Show me some shiny beebs. I'm running out of time. I had so much left of this sandwich. Yeah, it's good. Is it helping at all? I know you said it wasn't really, like, specifically your stomach bothering you, or specifically... What? I was nowhere near that bird. But he's shiny! Wait! Oh my god! That's the shiny? He's... Me complains that I was nowhere near him. Runs into him. He's shiny. Dude, I bet I've seen a shiny fletchling before and then not known. Because he looks barely different. And I've run into the fletchlings on accident quite a bit. And they have not been shiny. What the heck? I feel like he would look good in a repeat ball. I'm gonna try putting him in a repeat ball. Okay, well, I did ask for a shiny. I just didn't expect a phase on a fletchling. Okay. Well, I guess it's a good thing that I was near him. Yay! Tiny Robin Pokemon! Wait, I didn't know it was a Robin! Robin! We got a Robin! We got a shiny Robin! No way! Robin spawned a shiny Robin. Wow. Robin, you'll have to do the honors of naming him or her. I didn't check the gender. We'll have to check the gender and the nature. But you should do the honors of naming our shiny Robin because you're a shiny Robin. Alright. That being said, I don't think there's any shiny Bulbasaur, so we're gonna still reset. So cute. He's just a little guy. Really? Yeah. Because you brought in the luck for the shiny Robin. Not so much for the shiny Bulbasaurs, but for the shiny Robin for sure. That and because I don't really care that much about Fletchling, so I probably wouldn't have come up with anything better than whatever you'll name it. I don't know how much you know about Pokemon, but Fletchling is a fire type bird. And apparently he's based on a Robin. But yeah, he's got fire moves and shit. He's cool. Alright. Chikorita, Totodile, Cyndaquil. Not shiny. Alright, how much time do we have left? No time. Alright. That's the end of our sandwich. Well, we're definitely going to save because we didn't get 2 shiny Bulbasaur, but we did get 2 shinies. Let's check the gender and nature of the Fletchling. Boy and sassy! Robin, he's sassy. Let's fucking go. We have a sassy Robin. And then we gotta go check... Okay, this guy's bashful. Let's go check the size of our bashful boy. Do you think he's bashful about his size? Because he doesn't want to brag about being super mega jumbo? But he is, but he doesn't like to brag about it. He's bashful. That's what I'm going with. Chikorita, Totodile. Alright. Beep. I can't believe Robin got us a shiny Robin. That's crazy. Alright, Messagoza lady. Tell me that Beebus number 25 is Jumbo. Shiny? Yeah, we got a shiny Robin. I'm back. You are back. I'll show you. Here, let's size check him. He wouldn't be Humongo because of the Humongo only being for grass types, but we'll size him anyway. See how big he is. Our shiny Fletchling is a little bit bigger than average. There you go. He shall be named Timothy with 2 M's after the 3rd Robin from Batman and Robin. He's a very sassy Robin indeed. Alright, we will name him Timothy after we check the size of our Bulbasaur. Alright, Bulbasaur. Please be large. Serious biggin! Ugh! Damn! Alright. Let's name Timothy. Pop off, Timothy. Look at those little orange wings. He sure is shiny. What a subtle shiny. I didn't even hardly notice. Timothy. At least we didn't fail that one. I could have gone right by him and not noticed. Timothy! That was an error. Oh, you spelled Timothy wrong? I thought it was just Timothy with 2 M's. We can do Timothy with 1 M. Timothy. We love you, little Timmy. Yippee! Alright, well. Almost got a big Beebus. Serious big and... that hurts the worst, because you know it's like he was just a few points off of being a Jumbo. Alright. Back we go. Little Timmy. It'd be cool if Totodile would be shiny. I say, like 200 encounters in, knowing damn well that it could be 8,000. Now I know why people do this with like 4 DSs. Because I don't really want to do it with just one. I'm like not having the best time. But that's why I have 2 things going at once. Because I think I would be bored if I was just looking at Totodiles all day. Alright. Well, hopefully that'll be the only phase we have tonight, and we don't phase on Totodile. That would be the ideal situation, would be to not phase on Totodile. You can add mine. I thought about that. I don't entirely know how to do that. Like, I guess I would just have 2 emulators open at once. I don't know. Like, I don't really know how I would have them both open. I don't know how people do that. I love hearing my cats eat. It's like ASMR. They're little crunchies. Oh my god, this plant is in the middle of my picnic table. How am I supposed to make a sandwich in these conditions? But I have Soul Silver. Yeah. My only thing about doing the hunt simultaneously on yours would be that I wouldn't be the OT. But... and that he wouldn't really be my starter if you traded him to me. You know? That's my only thing. Unless I, you know, made a Soul Silver account with my name as the OT, which I could do. Because we could technically make multiple saves on the emulators. Like, because you can save multiple saves and then only transfer one back to the cartridge. So, like, I guess I could do it and make my own save. I need more pepper. God. So that I could make my own save on your Soul Silver, but I don't know if I want to do that. Okay, we're really running out of spicy. I really need to get more off stream. Alright, we'll go Parasol. Easter is on 420. Jesus gonna get lit. Perfect day to release the new Pokemon game. Yeah, you wish. Too bad it's not coming out until late 2025, which means at the earliest it would be like July. And more likely November. Lettuce. You said 420, so I made a lettuce sandwich. What do you mean? He's blazing instead of he is risen. I mean, hey, getting high is kind of like risen. 'Cause you're high. I don't know. Listen, Jesus probably would have fucked with weed because it's like a natural plant. You know, it's not like these, you know, man-made drugs. Weed is straight from the teat of the earth. So I think he would have been cool with it. I was telling Charlie the other day, I learned something new about Lent. I personally never really participated in Lent. It just wasn't something that my family really did. I don't know if it was just, like, not something that my church did, or if it was just something that, like, we specifically didn't do. But I never really did Lent. I didn't give up anything for it. But I asked Charlie if they ever gave up anything for Lent, and they said that, like, sometimes they would. Like, they would give up, like, sugar, or, you know, or at least try to, like, cut down on their intake of sugar if they didn't, like, cut it out completely. My family never did stuff for Lent either. Earth teat for Jesus. I know Beavis got it. Exactly. Yeah, so we never really did Lent. So I was watching a TikTok about Lent and just like the origins of Lent and, you know, what it meant in the Bible and like all that kind of stuff. And my interpretation of Lent was always that it was 40 days and it was from Ash Wednesday to Easter Sunday. And that you gave up something like sugar or Coke or chocolate or, you know, cigarettes or something, and you gave it up for 40 days between Ash Wednesday and Easter, and that is how Lent worked. But looking at the calendar this year and knowing that Ash Wednesday was like last Wednesday, and that Easter Sunday is not until April 20th, that there are not 40 days between Ash Wednesday and Easter. There are 46 days between Ash Wednesday and Easter because it's 6 weeks, but it's like a Wednesday to a Sunday, so it's not 6 weeks exactly, right? So I was like, so are you actually giving something up for 46 days, or like, what's the deal? And the answer is no. The reason it's 40 days is because Lent doesn't count on Sunday. So you give it up for 40 days, not including Sunday. So I'm like, how did I not know that? So I asked Charlie if they knew that, because they said that they did Lent as a kid. And I was like, did you guys not count Sundays? Because it's only the 40 days and it doesn't include Sunday. And they were like, what? And a lot of people in the comments on the TikTok I was watching were also like, huh? My mom never told me that. I had to give it up the whole time. I didn't know we could cheat on Sundays. And the idea is that like every Sunday leading up to Easter is kind of like a miniature Easter, and that you're like celebrating, you know, like the second coming of Christ or whatever. And it's like, why did nobody tell anybody this? That was something that I had to find out now. Like, good thing I didn't do Lent as a kid, or I would have been pissed. Sundays are party days, pretty much. Haven't in years, but did a bunch of stuff. No sweets after dinner, added exercise, cut back on screen time. Yeah, and like all of that makes sense, but you could have just like gone ham on Sunday and it wouldn't have mattered. Like people that give up alcohol or whatever, it's like you could have just drank on Sundays. I don't remember learning that either. Yeah. And like, again, I don't know if that was just because I didn't do Lent as a kid and maybe the people around me did know that, but it just seemed like a lot of people didn't know that. So if you've given up something for Lent, just know that Sundays are freebies. You can do whatever you want on Sunday. Only healthy snacks. Ugh. Now, obviously, this probably wasn't your case, Charlie, but I do kind of get the ick from parents that use Lent as an excuse to, like, put their children on a diet. I'm very, very anti-diet culture because one of my best friends in school had a mom that was always on whatever the newest fad diet was, whether it was, like, keto or, you know, whatever diet, I don't even know. She was just on a random one every week. Like, she was just on whatever the newest fad diet was, like, she was doing it. And she would make my best friend do it, too, when she was, like, 9. I gave up meat before. Our parents never made us do it. It was optional. Yeah. So, like, obviously your parents, it's a different situation. But, and now, granted, I don't know if this friend of mine did Lent, per se. She was religious growing up, so it's possible her parents had her do Lent. I actually really don't know. I should ask her. But I do know that, just generally speaking, her mom made her do a bunch of diets as a kid because she was kind of chubby. And it, like, was really not good for her mental health or really her physical health because she was, like, 9 years old and just being put on a bunch of, like, fad diets and having to, like, cut calories and shit. Which is just, like, not the kind of thing that, like, a 9-year-old should have to worry about. And, like, not being able to... Hello? Not being able to eat cake at your friend's birthday parties and stuff like that is just, like, not cool. And I just feel like it encourages something just like bad. Like it just doesn't set a good example for your children. It's one thing if you want to go on a diet, but it's another thing to make your kid go on one. Never forced, I just decided to. Glad my parents didn't put me on a diet. Obviously didn't let me eat crap all the time, but yeah. At least until like 10th grade. I hate that she did that to her. It's not good for kids who are still growing. Shiny! Yeah. No, it's definitely not good for kids who are still growing. And, like, also, some kids are just a little chubbier and they grow out of it. Like, some kids just have to hit a growth spurt to grow out of being chubby, and it wasn't even necessarily because she ate a lot or was fat, you know? And she definitely grew up in, like, an ingredient household. Her mom is a chef. So, like, you might hear from kids that grew up in ingredient households, instead of being able to eat, like, chips or Cheez-Its or Goldfish growing up, that the snacks they were able to eat was, like, chocolate chips from the pantry because their mom was a baker, or, you know, like, raw granola and shit like that. Reminds me of people who put their pets on diets. That's so weird. Like, Mandy is on a specific diet for her colon, but not, like, a diet where she doesn't get to eat as much. Like, when we got her, she was kind of fat, so they told us to cut back on her food. But that was because she was eating at a shelter where she had, like, pretty free reign to eat whenever she wanted. And she was kind of territorial over food, whereas when we were feeding her, we were giving her controlled portions. And then her exercise requirement was just that we played laser with her. Like laser pointer. Some people are just naturally a little thick / curvy. Yeah, I mean, first of all, it would have been totally fine if she was. And, you know, in her adult life, she has been thicker. She's been skinnier because she's kind of had a fucked up relationship with food because of her mom. So she kind of goes in and out of doing exercise and, you know, being thicker or being skinnier. And, like, to be fair, this friend is fucking gorgeous, by the way. Like, when she's plus sized, she's gorgeous. When she's skinnier, she's gorgeous. Like, there is literally no reason for her to stress about all of that stuff, except for the fact that her mom kind of made her. And her mom is, of course, like, very skinny. So it's, you know, one of those things. But I know it always bothered me as a kid that I would have her over and she, like, wasn't really allowed to eat the junk food that I ate. Like, it's not like my parents let me eat literally whatever, but my parents were fine with us having sugary cereal. We were allowed to have chips. Like, you know, we couldn't have a ton, but my parents didn't really care what we ate, you know? If it was in the house, we were allowed to eat it, you know? Unless it's, like, adult food or something. Talking about food made me hungry and I just ate. Yeah, that's bad for them. I hate when people do that to their cats and dogs. She's adorable. Yeah, like, we were literally just talking to her recently. And, like, I mean, this is somebody that, like, I've known since I was a kid. And I don't want to, like, put her on blast and say her name, but people who know. But, like, when I was a kid, I thought that she was so pretty. Like, she is part of the reason I even know that I like girls, because I looked at her and I was just like, like, she is just pretty. She always has been. She sent me baby pictures of her, and, like, even as a baby, I mean, she was a little chubby as a baby because she was a fucking baby. But she was super cute. Big chubby cheeks, like, you know, the most adorable baby. And I think most babies are ugly, but she was a pretty adorable baby. And, like, you know, it doesn't matter what weight you are when you're, like, 9. It really doesn't. Alright, no shiny. Mine too. Yeah. I am, you know, I have good parents, and I've pretty much always said that, except for, like, a brief period in middle school when I was trying to be angsty and pretend that I hated them, but it didn't really work. My parents have always been good. They let me watch pretty much whatever on TV. Like, I don't really get parents that are like, you can't watch SpongeBob, it's satanic, or you can't watch Caillou because it teaches you to complain. First of all, I loved Caillou, and I complain a lot. Um, but like my parents let me watch whatever. I mean, I watched things. My parents would sit me down and put The Simpsons on in front of me when I was a kid. I fucking loved The Simpsons as a kid. Is that appropriate for a child? Not really, but they didn't give a shit. Whatever. Oh, hello. Number 2. Let's go. SpongeBob was my shit. I had a childhood friend that was banned from SpongeBob. I think everybody our age has a childhood friend that was not allowed to watch SpongeBob. Like, it feels like a universal experience that, like, somebody we know was not allowed to watch SpongeBob. For whatever reason. Yeah, shiny. I told you this outbreak is better than the ones I've been having. It yields better results. I had a couple friends who weren't allowed to watch it. Yeah. And then parents that are like, you can't have sugary cereal, or you can't, you know, I don't even know what else, but like stuff that's like pretty integral to being a child. Like, I get not letting them have sugary cereal every day for breakfast, like, don't get me wrong, but like anything in moderation is fine. And like, it's not like your child is going to become super fat if they have sugary cereal every once in a while. And it's also not a big deal if your child's a little fat. Like, it's really not worth, you know, worrying about. And then like, kid shows are made for kids, so it's really weird to like be like, oh, well, you know, that show's satanic, you can't watch it. It's like, what? It's made for children. I think that trying to keep your kids from doing things is just going to make them want to do it more. And again, some things are an exception to that. Like, obviously, don't let your kids like do things that are dangerous, you know. But like, I think keeping sugar away from your child their whole life is just going to make them want to eat sugar even more. I mean, like, this is kind of a weird example, but like Gypsy Rose Blanchard, her mom convinced her she was allergic to sugar and didn't ever let her have any. So when she figured out she could have sugar, she ate a bunch of sugar, and like rightfully so, because she was being fucking gaslit. But like, I feel like the sentiment still applies, where if it's like your parent tells you you can't have sugar your whole life, and then you finally get the opportunity to have some. Whereas if your parents tell you, hey, you can have sugar in moderation, but if you eat too much of it, it could be unhealthy, you could get sick, you know, not even that you would, you know, be fat necessarily, but just like you could get diabetes, you could just, it's not good for you to have too much sugar, but be like, you know, you're allowed one sugary snack a day, or you're allowed whatever. Like, my parents didn't let me buy ice cream at the school lunch line, right? Like, that was something that I was only ever allowed to have, like, on my birthday. But I was allowed to have sugary cereal, or I was allowed to have chips, or, you know, I was allowed to drink soda. I didn't like soda, so I didn't. But I was allowed to have pretty much infinite lemonade, which is basically the same concept as soda as far as, like, sugar intake. But, you know, we always had a fresh pitcher of lemonade in the fridge, you know. It's better to teach moderation than to ban anything. Exactly. Like, if you explain to your child the consequences of their actions, that's very different than just being like, no, you can't have it, and we're not going to tell you why, or we are going to tell you why, but we're not going to let you have any, even though that's unreasonable. Like, no, you can't watch any SpongeBob, or you're going to turn into a bad kid. You can't have any sugar, or you're going to get diabetes. Like, that's not true, right? Like, you can have a little bit of most things and be okay. You know, you don't want to have a little bit of cocaine, but you would be okay if you did. Not as a kid, necessarily, but, like, again, in moderation, you could do cocaine once and probably be mostly fine. I'm not saying you should. Cocaine's bad for you for sure. But, like, you know, people don't usually die from doing cocaine one time unless it's, like, laced or they have a medical condition, sort of like a pre-existing thing where cocaine would, like, stop their heart or something. But, like, the average Joe could do cocaine once and be okay. I know, because I have a friend who was a very average person who did cocaine once, and he's fine. He was, like, a teenager at the time. It's not important why, but the point is that he's fine. And he was allowed to watch SpongeBob as a kid. And he's fine. And I think, like, as far as, watching certain shows go, you could prefer that your kid doesn't watch a specific show, but instead of being like, you can never ever watch this show ever, just don't put it on for them. Put something else on that they like, that you think that they would like better. And then they might not even be all that inclined to want to watch SpongeBob because they're like, well, I prefer my show anyway, the show that I like. Like Bluey or something. If you'd rather your kid doesn't watch SpongeBob, just get them into Bluey. They probably won't mind. Because, like, is SpongeBob the most educational? Obviously not. But, Bluey is more educational. So it's probably better for them. But, like, my parents put on a good bit of, like, PBS Kids, but I was also allowed to watch the Pokemon anime. It was just kind of like Sunday morning cartoons versus weekday morning cartoons. My parents didn't think I was going to become stupid if I watched a little bit of TV. Like, I was still going to school. Everything in moderation. Exactly, Pookie. I know I'm really harping on that point here, but it really is the truth. It's like, I don't understand parents that just, like, completely ban their child from doing absolutely anything. Like, I know you're trying to keep them safe, but this is gonna sound stupid, but you're gonna know what I mean. It's probably safer that your kid gets a little hurt than they never get hurt at all. It's like your kid is gonna have to fall down on the playground, Your kid is gonna eat dirt. Your kid is gonna eat sugar. Your kid is gonna watch something on TV or, go over to a friend's house who has unfettered access to the internet and go on Quotev and do unspeakable things, right? Like, these things are going to happen one way or another to your kid because you can't protect your kid from everything, and I don't think that you should. Like, it's okay if your kid gets hurt on a small level, if they scrape their knee, if something minor happens to them, and they're going to be stronger for it because they're not going to be so afraid of something happening to them, and neither are you, if something can happen to them and they come out okay. When people don't let their kids watch Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, oh yeah, because there's witchcraft. It's satanic. Like, kids can't separate fantasy from reality. Like, obviously, in some cases they can't, but, like, it's really not the end of the world if your kid thinks magic is real, right? Like, watching Disney movies is the same thing as watching something like Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, where there's magic in both, right? Like, Cinderella's carriage is a pumpkin. You think that just happened? Like, Wizard of Oz is literally called the Wizard of Oz. But he's not a real wizard. But the witches are real witches. And Glinda is a, quote, good witch, so, like, that implies that there is good and bad witchcraft, which is true. So it's like, you can't even say, like, oh, well, all witches are bad. It's like, Belinda is right there. So, I don't know. It's just, like... Now, obviously, like, I'm not really one to talk because, like, I'm not a parent, and I don't plan on being a parent. But at the same time, I feel like I would be a better parent than some existing parents, and I don't have any kids. And that says a lot. Like, I hate kids, and I don't want to have any, and I think I could be a better parent than some people's parents. Like, don't even get me started on parents that don't accept queer children, disabled children, anything like that, because it's like, oh my god, if you didn't want your child to be something, out of the box or, something maybe not quote-unquote normal, then maybe you shouldn't have had kids because there's no guarantee that your kid is going to pop out perfect. I mean, there's 100% a guarantee it won't pop out perfect, but the odds of your kid being perfectly healthy, cis, straight, doesn't ever get into any trouble, has perfect grades in school, goes to an Ivy League, like, is pretty low. Obviously, there are people like that, but it's okay if your child doesn't come out, you know, exactly like you imagined. And you shouldn't imagine too hard. My parents got some interesting ones. Exactly. And if your parents weren't ready for you guys to be queer, then they shouldn't have had kids, right? But obviously they did have kids, and obviously they're okay with you guys being queer. But like, your mom's parents weren't prepared to have a queer child, so she didn't ever come out to them. And it's like, who God knows what would have happened if she did. Because their whole, like, stance on queer children is, oh, well, you must have brainwashed them to be that way. But it's like, queer children are almost always the result of straight parents. Not always, obviously, some parents are queer. But, like, almost all children were made with sperm and egg. You know what I mean? It's like a heterosexual couple had to come together to make that kid most of the time. Obviously, I know that some are like petri dish babies or whatever, but like, your average child was made by a man and a woman, and probably raised by a man and a woman, or just a man or just a woman, and can still turn out queer. Like, it's not like just queer parents make queer kids. Queer kids have had straight parents since the dawn of time. Yeah, we basically aren't in contact with them anymore. Yeah. No, it's only gotten worse since Trump actually took office. It was one thing when he had just been elected, and it's another thing that he has now taken office and actually started doing, like, implementing these fucking things he's been doing. Like, I mean, it's one thing for us to be, you know, maybe have a little bit of animosity towards them to have a little bit of animosity towards us, whatever. But, like, to straight up not respond to your daughter saying, like, I'm not doing well, and to also not send your grandchild a happy birthday card, like, not even not money, but just, like, not even a card, and to only at best send a happy birthday text that doesn't even, like, have an exclamation point, is like, you don't give a shit about my life, do you? It's like, you really don't care what we're doing at all, and, like, honestly, then why should we give a shit about what you're doing? Like, why would we? If you don't care about my life at all, I'm not going to care about yours. Straight people can have queer kids, and queer parents can have straight kids. Exactly. If anything, I would be more upset if I had a straight kid than a queer one. I wouldn't be mad, obviously. I would just be like, ma'am. Because I think I would be sort of unprepared to teach a child about straightness, you know what I mean? Because it's like, I was basically never straight. Like, as long as I've known that I was into people, I've known that I wasn't straight. So it's like, I've never been in a straight relationship. I've never had straight, quote-unquote, sex. Like, I've never done anything straight, so I don't even know where I would begin to tell a child about straightness. I would just be like, ask your uncle. Like, I don't know how to help you. Especially if the child was a boy. Like, to have a cishet son is probably my worst nightmare. As far as kids go. I'd rather he be anything else. Anything but, like, a conservative cishet man. I mean, I don't know how we could possibly raise a conservative kid. We just wouldn't. But it's like how my parents are liberal, but they managed to raise a conservative kid. Not me, obviously, my brother. Like, how did you do that? Because usually conservatives raise liberal kids because they try to raise them to be conservative, and then the kids kind of go off on their own and learn their own information and maybe realize that conservatism isn't for them and then become liberal. Or they go to college and get a higher education and become liberal, or whatever. But it's actually less often the other way, that, like, liberal parents raise conservative children. It obviously does happen sometimes, but it's much less common than Republican parents raising, like, Democrat kids. Because usually the children of liberals don't feel like they need to, like, break away from, like, what their parents are teaching them. Because usually what Democrats are teaching is just, like, love everybody. It's, like, the same reasons that a lot of people don't break away from religion. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that people don't break away from religion, because religion is kind of a cult. Sky! A white man? No! Hi Sky, how are you? How is your Tuesday? I almost said Thursday. How's your Tuesday going? We're we're talking about how parents shouldn't like be upset when their children turn out to be like queer or disabled or neurodivergent or maybe not exactly what they imagined or expected. Very tired because I worked for 8 hours and then went to a bowling league. No way. Are you like good at bowling? Or is it just more like a for funsies thing? Sorry about work. I worked for 5 hours today, but I was on register the whole day, so I wanted to die. I hate being on register for that long. I have to talk to so many people. Define good. Sorry, I'm back. I was on a phone call. You're good. I don't know, like, what's the highest score you've ever gotten in a game of bowling? Because what, 300 is like the max possible score in bowling, I think. So like, what's the best bowl you've ever done? All-time high is 220. So that's pretty good then. I would say that's pretty good. I'm pretty sure I score in like the hundreds, like 100s tops. I don't think I've broken 200 in bowling before. Maybe in Wii bowling. But probably maybe in Webkinz bowling. Definitely not in real bowling. I'm much better at Webkinz and Wii Sports bowling. Definitely not at real bowling. Because I can usually get a spare like every round or so. A spare or a strike every round or so in Wii Sports bowling. But I do not get a spare every round when I play real bowling. I forgot Webkinz had bowling. I'm good at Webkinz bowling. Yeah. Well, Webkinz bowling, you just drag the mouse toward the pins. So you can't really fuck it up. At least Wii bowling is like a little bit more based on your physical action. Webkinz bowling is just like click the ball and then like drag the mouse forward toward the pins. You can't really fuck it up. My sister and boyfriend met at a bowling alley. They're pretty good. They've done tourneys. Ooh. Well, maybe Sky is going to have to fight your sister and her boyfriend at bowling. Either start off bad and end go to the other way around. I feel like I'll have like one freaky good bowl toward the beginning and then just be bad the rest of the way. Like I'll get a surprising strike or like I'll hit a good spare or like I'll manage to hit like a split or something and then I will never achieve that again the rest of the game. I don't know when the last time I actually went bowling was. There's bowling at round 1, obviously, because there was like a huge bowling pin outside of the place. And then there's also a bowling alley near our CVS where we get our like our drugs, not our drugs. What are they? Our prescriptions. I almost said our pharmacies, and I was like, that's not right. Our pharmacy where we get our prescriptions. I got 6 strikes in a row? Homie. Isn't that like a... What do you call that? Isn't 3 in a row like a turkey? Is that like a double turkey? What do you call that? That's gotta be something. Yeah, 3 is a turkey. So is it like 2 turkeys kissing? Or... I don't think there are names past 4, which is a ham bone. What the hell is a ham bone? Bird. That one's not shiny, I'll tell you that much. Double turkey. I'm calling it a double turkey. Turkey sandwich? That's probably it, right? Turkey sandwich? It's gotta be. Because it's like 2 turkeys shoved together. I feel like that's right. Hell yeah. 6 strikes in a row is crazy, though. I think the most strikes I've ever gotten in a row is like 2. If even. In Wii Sports bowling, maybe I've gotten a turkey. But I don't think I've ever gotten a ham bone. Maybe in Webkinz bowling, but they don't really call it that in Webkinz bowling. Like, Artie Facts doesn't come out and be like, that's a ham bone, so. Not typical, but it was pretty cool. Hey, man. I'll take it. Also, picked a spare that was like one step away from a 7-10 split. Nice. I've gotten a turkey and Webkins bowling for sure. Yeah, pretty solid night tonight. I'm proud of you, Sky. That's talent. Better than me for sure. Secret, secret, secret tunnel. I love the secret tunnel lo-fi. We got the sugar you're going down lo-fi and the secret tunnel lo-fi. Alright, I feel like those are not shiny. Sorry for ranting about Link. Dude, you're good. Please, any topic of conversation I will take. I'm not the best at coming up with things to talk about, so I love it when somebody has a hobby. Yeah, pop off with the polling. It's always funny to me when people come into my chat and, like, apologize for chatting. Because, like, I do that in other people's chats. Like, Sky, I do this in Cat's chat pretty often. I'll start, like, going on and on about a topic, and then I'm like, I'm so sorry. Let me stop. But when people do it in my chat, I'm always like, keep yapping. I want to hear about your special interest. Because I'm autistic, so I love it when other autistic people yap. Or non-autistic people. Really anybody who wants to yap about a topic that they're interested in. I have 3 hobbies. Pokemon, bowling, and Marvel. Ooh. Yeah, I have 3 hobbies. Pokemon, movies, and I don't even know what my other hobby is. Pokemon, movies, and I don't know, is streaming? Streaming's kind of a hobby, I guess. That's mostly just me playing Pokemon, though. But I do like doing, like, social media stuff, like marketing and things like that. I like making TikToks and stuff. Although I don't know if my job is really a hobby. I don't know. I guess frogs. Perhaps frogs is my other interest. It's not really a hobby, because it's not like I do stuff with frogs, but I think about them. I want to have a frog again. I know that there's a streamer that I know. I'm like talking around myself here because of secrets I'm not allowed to tell yet. But I know that there's a streamer that I know who has a pet frog, and I'm like, I want a pet frog. I used to have a couple pet toads, but it was when I was a kid, so they're not alive anymore. But I used to love them. Pokemon again. I guess editing is another hobby. Yeah, when I did YouTube when I was younger, I really enjoyed editing. Now I'm like 50-50 on it, on whether or not I actually think it's fun. Sometimes I think it's fun, and sometimes I want to die. Really just depends on the edit. Alright, let's check. Chikorita, Totodile, okay. Beep. Alright. Let's see how big... This is what, number 26? Or... Let me see. This is... Oh shit, they're in the wrong box. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted to do. That's the serious big one. Hold on. I need to rearrange my box. Because we got 2 in that sandwich, right? So that was number 26. 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, so that was number 26 we just looked at. He's calm. Because the bashful is the one we looked at. So he was a serious big one. Okay, so these were both serious biggins. Alright, it all comes down to this one. Our naive boy. Love editing. I edit for myself, Cat, and then anyone else on commission. Not self. No, you're fine. Something I really love to do. It soothes me. I don't edit very well. Sometimes I make TikToks on CapCut. Yeah, I like the edits that you do for Cat. I'm working on editing my channel trailer right now because I have one, but it has some old clips, so I'm kind of swapping them out for, like, some newer clips. And I won't lie, I looked at Cat's raid video, and I was, like, kind of using it for inspiration. I looked at a lot of people's raid videos, but I looked at Cat's. And I was like, what do other people put in their raid videos? So... I always think about you when I look at that video. I'm like, this guy edited that. Okay. Let's check the size of this boy. Bulbasaur. Let's see. It's a good sight bigger. Ugh. They got smaller. My hobbies are almost all crafting. Yeah, crochet, beads. I tried Adobe Premiere for the past month. I'm not a fan, but trying to gently suggest to Kat that we should start working on a new raid vid. Yeah. I feel like, yeah, I mean, how long has she had that one for? Because I've had mine for a year, and my content has changed a lot over the past year, because this year is when I really started shiny hunting, so I needed to swap out, like, a lot of the clips are from games I don't really play anymore, like Animal Crossing and stuff. But about 8 months. Yeah. You could probably shove in a couple new clips, especially if her hair is out of date. I know my hair is out of date with the green. Chikorita, Cyndaquil. See, oh, cosplay. Yeah, that's a big one for you, Charlie. I went to film school. So I literally got a degree in movies. And so I took editing courses, and prior to college, I edited on Final Cut Pro. Which I liked a lot because I had a Mac laptop, so I really liked editing in Final Cut. And then when I went to film school, the sort of industry standard in film school was using Premiere. So they taught us how to use Premiere, and that is what I had to do for the 4 years that I was in school. And now that I no longer have a free subscription to Adobe Premiere through my college, I edit in DaVinci Resolve now, which I prefer to Premiere, because Premiere is really confusing. There's a lot of, like, buttons in Premiere. It's too much. Yeah, MG Gummy here was also a film major. We went to the same school, and we were in the same program. I hated editing, but I have a good sensei. Yeah, well, your boyfriend edits. Yeah, Sensei Jordan, and he's self-taught. Yeah. And you edit your shorts and stuff, so we have a lot of editors in chat. We love editors. I'm trying to get back into posting videos on YouTube. I've posted 2 this year so far, and I'm going to try to post 1 in March too. I'm trying to do like 1 a month on my main channel, and then post like shorts and other stuff elsewhere. But I'm trying to do 1 long-form video on my main channel a month. Ish. Way too clunky for me. I prefer Wonder Shuffle more. Oh, I've heard about Filmora. Yeah, I've never used it, but I know people who do. I much prefer DaVinci. I like DaVinci a lot. You started with Filmora? How did you like it? It was so nice about my boyfriend has me on DaVinci now. Okay, period. My degree was in humanities. Yeah. Learning animation? Whoa, what kind of animation are you learning? Like animating stuff that you draw, or animating like graphics and stuff? Because I've wanted to do like motion graphics since my last job. So I had a job working at the Human Rights Campaign in DC. I helped them with their, like, mostly their short form, but some of their long form content. And they had Adobe After Effects that they made their motion graphics in. And, you know, they would have, like, little things come up that had, like, the name of the speaker on it. Or they would have, like, little, like, the logo would pop up and it would kind of, like, swirl around and stuff like that. And I thought stuff like that was super cool, but I did not know how to do it. School of Business? No, it was... Weren't you technically in the School of Education, Charlie? Like, it was technically under the Education and Humanities College. Alright, I have an ad coming up in a minute, so I'm going to hold off on making a sandwich here. So I'm just going to put myself in a picnic, and we'll do... We're at 272 on the Totodiles. Let's get to... I don't know. Let's see what we can get to. Animating graphics. Oh, cool. In DaVinci? You'll have to show me your ways, because I don't really know how to animate anything in DaVinci. Recreation management and concentration therapeutic recreation. It was under the CHD. Yeah, that's what I thought. consider DaVinci, but I can't afford an annual fee. Well, I just have the free version of DaVinci. I don't even pay for it. I use the free, yeah. The paid one, like, really doesn't have, like, that much more. It has more, like, effects, and it has, the, like, automatic captions, but you can actually get plugins that kind of, like, free plugins that kind of do that shit for you. I hate automatic captions anyway. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, there's actually plugins that do a lot of the stuff that the pro version does that you can do for free. There's a few other differences to the pro version. I mean, I would definitely look it up rather than taking my word for it. But I've been using the free version of DaVinci for years, and I've really not run into problems with the paywall. Like, sometimes I'll accidentally scroll over effect I didn't even mean to scroll over, and then it will tell me that I can't use it because it's a paid one. They always get it wrong, and I have to fix it anyway. Yeah. Definitely look into that. Yeah, I definitely would. I mean, DaVinci, I think it has a lot of capabilities just on the free version. So I would say that it's worth looking into. How are you? I'm good. Nemo sleeping in his bed. Good. Nemo's an EP boy. We need to be able to do EP checks for Nemo. I have to figure out how Kat does that on her Mix It Up bot. She makes it so that if you do a check, you can do it, you can just do like exclamation point check and then like the name of somebody, and then it'll spit it out for that person rather than like the username. Mine just spits the username back out, so I have to figure out how she does that. Chikorita, Totodile, okay. Beep. Alright, what are we at? 277? 278? Alright, I'll try to get to 280 before we go on the ad break. Alright. The only thing I like about automatic captions is that they, like, they time it for you. Even though it gives you, like, all the wrong words, it does put them at the right timestamp in the video, which I like. That's what I do on TikTok. Like, I use TikTok's auto captions, and then, I fix them so that I have... Because what's it, like an SRT file that has all the right timestamps or whatever? I just, like, make an SRT file. Gonna lurk and wind down for the night, but it was nice chatting with you. Hopefully I can catch more streams in the future. Yeah! Hopefully I can pop in... When do you do things? I'll pop into you whenever you're doing things. Excited for Toonami's birthday broadcast in 4 days. Is it Toonami's birthday? I barely have a schedule. Okay, I was going to say, I was like, I have no idea when you go live. Like, I was like, I can't even begin to imagine that I know when you go live. But I plan to stream tomorrow morning. Depending on what time I may be able to pop in. Charlie has a doctor's appointment at noon. Our time? What time zone are you in? I'm in Eastern time. CST. Okay. Central. So that's just one over. Because Charlie has a doctor's appointment at, like, noon here. So I should be free before then. Okay, but we made it to 280 on the Totodiles, and I have an ad coming up in, like, 45 seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and play that. Maybe I'll pop into your stream. You hadn't gone live in 5 months. Okay, no wonder. I was like, I don't think I've ever seen you stream. But yeah, enjoy your lurk. In the meantime, you guys get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks, pay your loans, and I will see you on the other side in like 3 minutes. Be right back. All right, Pookies, we are backsies. Thank you for the fart. All right, so let's make our last sandwich of the night because I've already been live for like 3 hours and 45 minutes. So we'll do our last Sammy and our last few resets for the man here. Did I save before doing the sandwich? I don't think I did. Hold on. I don't know when the last time I saved was, so I'm going to save here. Thank you for the fart. I realized, Charlie, with your username being Sky Moth and then Sky's username being definitely Sky, that you're both Sky. But I'll have to call Sky Sky and you Moth. Because it makes less sense to call Sky definitely and to call you Sky. Because I can't differentiate that you're Sky with an E and they're Sky with Ys. So, Sky is Sky and you are Moth. Alright. I don't think there's any shinies here. And even if they were, they wouldn't be jumbo. Look how small that guy is. Alright, we'll try this again. Ty and Sky. Oh my god, what is with my chat and having people with... Yeah, Ty and Sky. Exactly. I'll call you Sky and I'll call Sky. And then me, Ty, and Ty. Ty. Alright. Alright. Green pepper. Mussy. My last pepper, so I need to buy more pepper. I have 2 spicy herba left after this. Really need to buy more sandwich stuff. And get more herba from the herba store. Pick do I want to do? I'll do this one. Gotta go now. Good luck with the shiny. Thank you, Robin. Thanks for hanging out. I can do more raids with you? Yeah. You and MG can join me on some raids later. Thank you for the shiny luck. Good night, Bobbin. Have a good night. Let's go, lesbians. Alright, we'll try to get to at least 300 Totodiles tonight. That's the goal. We'll go for 300 Totodiles. And I'm trying to aim for 30 Bulbasaur, which would mean we need 2 in this sandwich, which is probably not going to happen. But if we get to 30, we fill up a box, and we're almost halfway to odds, because halfway to odds would be 32. Because odds are 64. So it would be good. Although I am worried our last sandwich is going to be a scamwich, just because of how lucky we got on the last ones. With the shiny Fletchling and then the 2 shiny Beebs. Get away from me! Stranger danger! Personal bubble. Alright. You guys don't seem shiny. Alright. Chikorita. Cyndaquil. Totodile. Pop. Oh, my back. My neck, my back, my pussy, and my... No, just my back. And my neck. My neck and my back. Not the other 2. Definitely need to put some heat on my back tonight. Thank you for the lurk, Moth. Why are you lurking? Meant to clip, not lurk. I don't know what just happened. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, wait, why are you... I was like, thank you for the lurk, and then I was like, why are you lurking? Like, it would be fine if you wanted to lurk, but I was like, why, though? Just doesn't know your own commands. Alright. Show me some shiny beebs. I need two. I need two shiny beebs. Brain cells. Just a goose with no Brian cells. No Brian cells. So first, Judy is ill, and now you have no Brian cells. Who are all these people? I don't know these people. I don't know them either. Give me back the brain cell. Dude, I need the brain cell to be doing these hunts at the same time right now. I can't give it back. You're gonna have to have the Brian cell. I don't know what to tell you. I can't spare the brain cell right now. I'm very focused. God damn it. I'm sorry. You'll just have to stick with Brian. I'm still thinking about how the game basically forced that encounter with the fletchling earlier because I was going to drive right past it. And it was like, no, look. After I killed that Smoliv last time, the game was really like, fix yourself. Don't fail another shiny in a row. Especially after in my, like, Twitter post about going live, I was like, please make sure I don't fail another shiny. Who's Brian? He's got the Brian cell that you can use. What didn't you get about that? I have the brain cell. You have to have the Brian cell. There were two kids named Brian that I went to middle school with, and one of them was Brian with an I, and one of them was Brian with a Y. I remember nothing about Brian with an I, but I remember a lot about Brian with a Y. I couldn't even tell you what Brian with an I looked like, but Brian with a Y... pretty sure he went to my college. I didn't really, like, talk to him, but I'm pretty sure I saw him around. Why do I have his cell and where did it come from? How did I get it? I'm losing it. Don't lose the Brian cell. Where, oh, where are the shiny beeps? If we don't get to 30 tonight, I'll try to get us to 32 by next stream so that we can be at half odds when we start. Because then we'll be halfway there. And maybe that'll help. Go till you get 30. I don't know how long that will be, Charlie. And I have to wake up in the morning to take you to your appointment. Stream doesn't end until I get to 30. No. Pick a game for me. Stream till 30. What's your deal? Oh my god. I just said this was going to be the last sandwich. If we get 30 in this sandwich, then we'll be fine. You just won't let me end on 29 because it's an odd number. Well, technically right now we're at 28, so... Or are we at 27? We might be at 27, actually. I might need 3 to get to 30. So that might even be less possible. I'm feral. I don't know what to tell you. Why are you feral? Just earlier you said you weren't feeling well and that you wanted to go to bed. So I was gonna come in there and go to bed. See, this is why I need the Beavis counter up, but I only have the Totodile counter up right now. How many? Let me check my boxes. How many are we at? Are we at 27 or 28? We're at 27, so I need 3 more. Oh, that's not happening. I'll get to 28. Well, now I'm done with that. Okay, fine. We'll see what happens. If I get 2 on this sandwich and we get to 29, I will go to 30. If I get 1 on this sandwich, I'll end at 28. If I get 0 on this sandwich, I might go again. Because I also don't want to end on a no shiny note after... Oh, I ran straight into the shiny. I didn't get to save. Okay. Well, that answers that for us. I drove straight into him. I couldn't stop. Alright, well, all we have to do is not kill him. I blame that the weather was so good today. Yeah. Even numbers. Well, we're at 28, alright? So we get an even number no matter what happens. Oh. It said no clip for you. Here, let me try. It's okay, I got it. I hit the button on my stream deck for it. Too many requests. See what you did? You made too many requests. Tom, what are you doing? Tom is like, you can't. It's too many clips. You can't do it. You're not allowed. Well, yippee. This is a girl! We, like, never get girls. Wait, my Beavis is a boy. What if the Jumbo Beavis we get is a girl and they kiss? Not that a boy and a boy can't kiss. Gay is fine. But what if they make a bunch of little Beavis babies together? A shiny girl. Tom, listen, I'm sure Tide paid off their debts to you. What the fart? Yay, she went in the ball! Yippee! Thank you for the fart, Mom. Alright, well, there we go. We got 1 so far on that sandwich. I didn't even get to check whether that was Jumbo or not, so I hope that it had the mark. I didn't even get to look. I just drove straight into him. Or her. I just drove straight into her. Alright, well, irregardless, the rest of the Beavis don't seem to be shiny in that horde. That was crazy. I also don't have a ton of herba, Charlie, so it's not like I could go infinitely till 30. I have until I run out of spicy herba. Baby bee-bye, exactly. Maybe if a Jumbo Beavis and like a, what is he, slightly smaller than average size Beavis, have a baby together, it could be a teensy, and we catch a teensy next year for Beavis Week. What about that? And it's their child. That would be so precious. Beavis and Venus. Alright. But also, if this Totodile could shine, that'd be sick. I say only 289 encounters in. I really gotta lock in on the Totodiles. Alright. Oh, nope, don't run into me. Hold on. I'm trying to reset. Ugh. Okay. Gotta go. I'm sleeping. Good night. Sleep well, Nando. I went the wrong way. I can't drive. Kids should get a license to drive a Mariah. My head itches. Hold on. Scratch my head. Okay. I've been like sitting too far over this whole stream. I need to like tilt the camera back a little. All right. Give me 2 more in one sandwich so I can get to 30. Or... yeah, just do that. Alright, Chikorita not shiny, Cyndaquil not shiny, Totodile not shiny. Okay. And it doesn't seem like any of the Beebs are shiny either. Alright, no. Alright, show me. The way I said that made me think, show me a word that rhymed with pavement. I will throw them on a stick. I don't know why. That was what came into my mind. And etch it or permanently sketch it. All of the Pokemon we'll find on this playlist is so cute. I just love Pokemon music. And Pokemon. Have I ever told you guys I love Pokemon? I love Pokemon. Alright. What do we got in here? Chikorita, Cyndaquil, okay. Imagine it's just completely different starters one time randomly. Pokemon is amazing. I agree. Pokemon is love. Pokemon is life. Oh god, it's getting to that like awkward time of day where they start to look yellow. Dusk, please. Don't do this to me. Don't give me false hope of a shiny Bee-Bye. I feel like I have to look at them like really closely when it happens. Oh. Alright, I think you guys are all normies. But I'm afraid to check. I think so. Alright. You all look normal, I think. Really hard to tell with the light though. Chikorita, Cyndaquil, Totodile. Not shiny! Alright. You guys are normal, I think. So hard to tell in this light, but you look normal. Thank you for the fart. Anytime. Yeah. Oh my god, don't run into me. Okay. Oh, now we got the Lo-Fi Coconut Mall. Hell yeah. Alright, you guys are all the same, right? It helps when they're next to each other. That one, like, looks shiny, though, but I know it's just the light. It's just so hard to tell. I need the light to not be like that. This lo-fi playlist fucking slaps. It really does. It's an iconic playlist. Alright. Beebs. Shiny beeb. You guys are sloths. Beebs. Any shiny beebs? I don't know, it's hard to tell because it's fucking dark. You shiny? No. You shiny? No. You shiny? No. We got any shinies over here? Any takers? Especially when they're in the shade of the tree, it's like hard to see what color they are at all. I think no. Guys, gotta go talk to my dad for a bit, so I missed the end of the stream. I'm sorry. If Twitch is nice, I'll be on the raid. Okay, yeah, no worries. Hope that you and your dad have a good chat. I have no idea when we'll end at this point. It's 11:11. Make a wish, gamers. Even if it's not 11:11 in your time zone, it's 11:11 in my time zone. So you can make a wish here. And carry it over to you. Alright, show me some beebs. How much time do I have left on my Sammy? We got 12 minutes left on this Sammy. Which is plenty of time to find a second shiny. Plenty of time. Come on. Show me some shiny beebs. And because I ran into that one earlier, I also cannot tell if it was big or small next to the ones it was near. I like didn't even get a chance to look at it. I couldn't check for the jumbo mark. I just ran straight into him. I swear if I get anything smaller than like bigger than average, I'm gonna be pissed. Did not mean to look at Chikorita. Cyndaquil, Totodile. Okay. Any shinies over here? You over there? No. Not one in the corner. Okay. I think no. Alright, we're at 295 on the Totodile, or 296 on the Totodiles now. Alright. You guys not shiny? Anybody want to be shiny? It's really fun and cool. Come on. Shine for me. It'll be so fun. What would be crazy is if I got a shiny like on the DS and on the Switch at the same time. And I'm like, how do I... what do I do? I doubt that that would happen just because the odds of getting the shiny on the DS are so low and the odds of getting it on the Switch are much higher, but... it would be wild if they happened at the same time. Beeb. Beeb. All of these not shiny beebs. Have they tried being shiny? And on top of that, have they tried being jumbo? Because it seems like no. And I think they should try. Alright. Oh god, Shiviper. I barely dodged him. Oh my god. The problem is I have caught a lot of shinies in this outbreak because I caught a bunch off stream the other day. And I'm catching a bunch now. So this outbreak may very well be like running out of beebs. I'll definitely have to get another one for next time. I know somebody was doing the like boosted Totodile outbreaks during like Galax's Naughty or Nice event. And they got so many shiny Totodiles that weren't naughty or jolly that they like literally caught so many phases that the outbreak went away. That it was like, the Pokemon have dispersed. That's how many Totodile they had to catch before seeing a naughty or a nice. Which is kind of nuts, to be honest. But like, it makes sense because those natures are like, what, 1 in like 20 something natures to get. I mean, every nature is like 1 in 20 something. But since either nature is good, they had like a 2 in 20 something chance. And they still didn't get it. Chikorita, Cyndaquil, Totodile. Alright, Beebs. Shine. You can do it. I believe in you. Let me see. Shine, Beeb. Shine. Nope. They don't want to shine. Okay. Fine. And neither does Totodile. Cool. We're over 300 at least. Yippee! That was the goal. Because what, we were at like 150 when we started today, so we got like another 150. We probably could have gotten closer to 200 if I hadn't needed to eat my dinner and kind of pause on the Totodiles, but I'll take 150. Now these Beebs, on the other hand, can anybody over here shine for me? Alright. Anybody? How are we doing on my sandwich? 5 minutes left. Okay, come on. 5 minutes, that's plenty of time. Plenty of time to get a shiny Bulbasaur. We just need a Buzzer Beaver. It's fine. Nobody shiny in there, though. Okay. I do feel like the game is starting to lag out on me. Like, I feel like it's been lagging out on me for a while today, but, like, it really feels like it's starting to lag out on me now. Anybody? There are a lot in this reset. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of them right there. 13 back there. 14? If there was a 15th, there would probably be a shiny, but there's only 14. Bummer. Totodile not shiny. But that's okay because the Beebus is shiny. No. Beebus is... No. It's fine because Beebus is... No. It's fine because Beebus is... Guys, we rehearsed this. Come on. Okay. It's fine because the Beebus is... Sorry, just one second. It's one of these guys. What I meant to say was it's fine because Toad. I mean because it's fine because please, Beavis, please, just one more shiny to round out our night, please. Just one more. This is like the best outbreak I've had. I really want to squeeze it for every last drop. Every drop of shiny Beebus, that is. Alright. No. Alright, how much time do I have? Alright, 1 minute. We got this. Every drop of shiny Beeb, exactly. Alright. Come on. You can do it, shiny Beebus. I believe in you. Come on. Come on. It would be so fun if you were shiny. Don't you want to shine? Don't you want to shine for us? Don't you want to shine, Bulbasaur? Wrong button. Cyndaquil. Totodile. Okay, no shinies over there. No shinies over here. Alright, one more picnic. Where your bean is. Maybe number 28 was, maybe number 28 was the jumbo, and so we don't need any more, and that's why it's not giving us any more, because it's like, no, you got the jumbo, you're good, you don't have to look anymore. It's over. Wouldn't that be cool if I didn't have to do this hunt anymore? That would be awesome. Please, Beebuses, I beg of thee. No. Okay. How much time? Out of time. No. Alright, well that's okay because we got one. So we're at 28. So let me fly back to Mesagosa and we will check Beavis number 28, the last of the night. And let me reset over these Totodiles. You won the jump catch game even with the lag? Let's go! Alright, so let's double check the box that this is number 28. Yeah. What's the nature on number 28? Our girl, she's rash. Isn't that Beebus's nature? Yeah. So, maybe Rash Boy and Rash Girl, they meet, they fall in love, and one of them is Jumbo. Hopefully. Alright, come on. I believe in her. I believe that she's a thick girl. Okay. Want me to judge just how big or small your Pokemon are? Yes. Which Pokemon would you like me to check? Our big girl Beebus. Number 28. Bulbasaur, eh? Let's see here. Serious big, no! Damn! We got a good number of serious big uns, too. Alright. Let's check a few more Totodiles. It's 11:26 now. I'll check Totodiles till 11:30. And then we'll end stream. No, not Chikorita. Okay. Cyndaquil, Totodile. Okay. We're gonna go hyperspeed on the Totodiles. Alright. Thank you for the fart. It's okay, we'll get a Jumbo one of these days. Or maybe we'll get a shiny Totodile. Who's to say? Let's see them. Show me a shiny Totes. Well, that didn't work. I'm sad the girl Beebus wasn't the Jumbo. She was big, though. I'm proud of her for being a serious biggin. I mean, that's as big as we've got. Bing. Bing. Alright, we're at 310 on the Totodiles. Maybe we can get to like 315. I might have reset too quickly over that one. But here, I have the auto counter, so I can count up manually. Just because I know I did miss a few. And I'll have to put the Beebus counter at 28, too. Alright. What if he stopped being blue and started to be more of like a light blue? Like a teal? Has he tried that? No. I'm like really scared of the Cyndaquil being shiny. Like Chikorita or Totodile would be fine, but like Cyndaquil is like the worst possible case scenario because he's not one of the PLZA starters. So that would be a complete phase. Because Chikorita would be like a phase, but she would work. Like she would count for the quest, and I would consider her, you know, a success despite not being necessarily who I was looking for. Um, but okay, it's 11:30 now, and I thought it was just at 3:14. Did it go up to 3:15? I'm gonna do one more because I thought that one was 3:14 and this one was 3:15. Okay, not shiny. All right. Well, thank you guys for hanging out. Sorry for no Jumbo and no shiny Totodile, but you know, we're doing what we can do. um, let me find somebody for us to raid. I have an idea of who I want to raid. I just need to see who fits what I want. Okay, there are some people live. And I think I know who I want to raid. Maybe. Well, I don't know. They're not playing a game I super want to raid into. Is anybody playing a game I want to raid into? Okay. There's somebody playing The Sims 4 that I want to raid into. They are not somebody I think that we have raided before. Oh yeah, I'm not even following this person. So we're definitely going to give them a follow and raid in. Those are my social medias. You can follow me. I'm on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and Blue Sky. I should hopefully have a new YouTube video coming out this month. And I usually post when I'm going live, my schedule and stuff like that on Twitter and Blue Sky. And I post little TikToks. I try to go for like once a week or so, but sometimes more, sometimes less. You can join our Discord. We have a question of the day every single day, and we do a community night, like a movie night or a game night once a month. So, sorry, she's talking and it's like, I hear her. So you can join our Discord if you want to join in on the game night we're having. I think is it next weekend or the weekend? I don't know. We have one coming up. So join for that. Those are your raid messages. The first one is for anyone to use, and the second two are for subscribers only. So use whichever one works best for you. Go ahead and copy and paste those. You can visit our coffee if you want to buy our jewelry, our perler beads, Charlie's Crochet, anything like that. And I'm going to go ahead and get this raid started. We are going to be raiding D Amazing, who is a friend of a friend. So she's not somebody that I know, like, personally. But she's friends with some of my friends. I've seen her around. And so we're going to go ahead and send the raid over to her. Like I said, she is playing The Sims 4. I'm not sure what she's up to, but it looks like she's having fun. So please be nice to her. She's wearing a corgi sweater. Oh my God, I have to bond with her about that. Okay, perfect, perfect. So I'm going to send you guys over there. Have a great rest of your time zone. I will be live again on Thursday at 7 p.m. playing Banjo-Tooie. So if you want to hang out with us for that, I would love to have you hit that follow button. If you're not following me and you want to be here for that, or just be notified when I go live in general, or just to hang out again, I would love it if you hit that follow button. Sorry, microphone. And I will see you guys next time. Bye.